A company has applications in an AWS account that is named Source. The account is in an organization in AWS organizations. One of the applications uses AWS Lambda functions and stores inventory data in an Amazon Aurora database. The application deploys the Lambda functions by using a deployment package. The company has configured automated backups for Aurora. The company wants to migrate the Lambda functions and the Aurora database to a new AWS account that is named Target. The application processes critical data, so the company must minimize downtime. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Download the Lambda function deployment package from the source account. Use the deployment package and create new Lambda functions in the target account. Share the automated Aurora DB cluster snapshot with the target account. B. Download the Lambda function deployment package from the source account. Use the deployment package and create new Lambda functions in the target account. Share the Aurora DB cluster with the target account by using AWS Resource Access Manager (WSRAM). Grant the target account permission to clone the Aurora DB cluster. C. Use AWS Resource Access Manager (AWSRAM) to share the Lambda functions and the Aurora DB cluster with the target account. Grant the target account permission to clone the Aurora DB cluster. A. Use AWS Resource Access Manager (AWSRAM) to share the Lambda functions with the target account. Share the automated Aurora DB cluster snapshot with the target account. A company is migrating an application from on-premises infrastructure to the AWS cloud. During migration design meetings, the company expressed concerns about the availability and recovery options for its legacy Windows file server. The file server contains sensitive business-critical data that cannot be recreated in the event of data corruption or data loss. According to compliance requirements, the data must not travel across the public internet. The company wants to move to AWS managed services where possible. The company decides to store the data in an Amazon FSx for Windows File Server file system. A solutions architect must design a solution that copies the data to another AWS region for disaster recovery (DOCR) purposes. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Create a destination Amazon S3 bucket in the DR region. Establish connectivity between the FSx for Windows File Server file system in the primary region and the S3 bucket in the DR region by using Amazon FSx File Gateway. Configure the S3 bucket as a continuous backup source in FSx File Gateway. B. Create an FSx for Windows File Server file system in the DR region. Establish connectivity between the VPC, the primary region, and the VPC in the DR region by using AWS Site-to-Site VPN. Configure AWS DataSync to communicate by using VPN endpoints. C. Create an FSx for Windows File Server file system in the DR region. Establish connectivity between the VPC and the primary region and the VPC in the DR region by using VPC peering. Configure AWS DataSync to communicate by using interface VPC endpoints with AWS Private Link. D. Create an FSx for Windows File Server file system in the DR region. Establish connectivity between the VPC and the primary region and the VPC in the DR region by using AWS Transit Gateway in each region. Use AWS Transfer Family to copy files between the FSx for Windows File Server file system in the primary region and the FSx for Windows File Server file system in the DR region over the private AWS backbone network. A research center is migrating to the AWS cloud. and has moved its on-premises 1 petabyte object storage to an Amazon S3 bucket. 100 scientists are using this object storage to store their work-related documents. Each scientist has a personal folder on the object store. All the scientists are members of a single IAM user group. The research center's compliance officer is worried that scientists will be able to access each other's work. The research center has a strict obligation to report on which scientist accesses which documents. The team that is responsible for these reports has little AWS experience and wants a ready-to-use solution that minimizes operational overhead. Which combination of actions should a solutions architect take to meet these requirements? Choose 2. A. Create an identity policy that grants the user read and write access. Add a condition that specifies that the S3 paths must be prefixed with $AWS username. Apply the policy on the scientist's IAM user group. B. Configure a trail with AWS CloudTrail to capture all object-level events in the S3 bucket. Store the trail output in another S3 bucket. Use Amazon Athena to query the logs and generate reports. C. Enable S3 server access logging. Configure another S3 bucket as the target for log delivery. Use Amazon Athena to query the logs and generate reports. D. Create an S3 bucket policy that grants read and write access to users in the scientist's IAM user group. E. Configure a trail with AWS CloudTrail to capture all object-level events in the S3 bucket and write the events to Amazon CloudWatch. Use the Amazon Athena CloudWatch connector to query the logs and generate reports. A company that provisions job boards for a seasonal workforce is seeing an increase in traffic and usage. The back-end services run on a pair of Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer with Amazon DynamoDB as the data store. Application read and write traffic is slow during peak seasons. Which option provides a scalable application architecture to handle peak seasons with the least development effort? A. Migrate the back-end services to AWS Lambda. Increase the read and write capacity of DynamoDB. B. Migrate the back-end services to AWS Lambda. Configure DynamoDB to use global tables. C. Use auto-scaling groups for the back-end services. Use DynamoDB auto-scaling. D. Use auto-scaling groups for the back-end services. Use Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS, and an AWS Lambda function to write to DynamoDB. A company runs a processing engine in the AWS cloud. The engine processes environmental data from logistics centers to calculate a sustainability index. The company has millions of devices in logistics centers that are spread across Europe. The devices send information to the processing engine through a RESTful API. The API experiences unpredictable bursts of traffic. The company must implement a solution to process all data that the devices send to the processing engine. Data loss is unacceptable. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Create an application load balancer, ALB, for the RESTful API. Create an Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS queue. Create a listener and a target group for the ALB. Add the SQS queue as the target. Use a container that runs in Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, with the Fargate launch type to process messages in the queue. B. Create an Amazon API Gateway HTTP API that implements the RESTful API. Create an Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS queue. Create an API Gateway Service integration with the SQS queue. Create an AWS Lambda function to process messages in the SQS queue. C. Create an Amazon API Gateway REST API that implements the RESTful API. Create a fleet of Amazon EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group. Create an API Gateway auto-scaling group proxy integration. Use the EC2 instances to process incoming data. D. Create an Amazon CloudFront distribution for the RESTful API. Create a data stream in Amazon Kinesis Data Streams. Set the data stream as the origin for the distribution. Create an AWS Lambda function to consume and process data in the data stream. A company is migrating its infrastructure to the AWS cloud. The company must comply with a variety of regulatory standards for different projects. The company needs a multi-account environment. A solutions architect needs to prepare the baseline infrastructure. The solution must provide a consistent baseline of management and security, but it must allow flexibility for different compliance requirements within various AWS accounts. The solution also needs to integrate with the existing on-premises Active Directory Federation services, AD fluorine monosulfide server. Which solution meets these requirements with the least amount of operational overhead? A company runs a customer service center that accepts calls and automatically sends all customers a managed, interactive, two-way experience survey by text message. The applications that support the customer service center run on machines that the company hosts in an on-premises data center. The hardware that the company uses is old, and the company is experiencing downtime with the system. The company wants to migrate the system to AWS to improve reliability. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least ongoing operational overhead? A. Use Amazon Connect to replace the old call center hardware. Use Amazon Pinpoint to send text message surveys to customers. B. Use Amazon Connect to replace the old call center hardware. Use Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS, to send text message surveys to customers. C. Migrate the call center software to Amazon EC2 instances that are in an auto-scaling group. Use the EC2 instances to send text message surveys to customers. D. Use Amazon Pinpoint to replace the old call center hardware and to send text message surveys to customers. A data analytics company has an Amazon Redshift cluster that consists of several reserved nodes. The cluster is experiencing unexpected bursts of usage because a team of employees is compiling a deep audit analysis report. The queries to generate the report are complex read queries and are CPU intensive. Business requirements dictate that the cluster must be able to service read and write queries at all times. A solutions architect must devise a solution that accommodates the bursts of usage. Which solution meets these requirements most cost-effectively? A. Provision an Amazon EMR cluster, offload the complex data processing tasks. B. Deploy an AWS Lambda function to add capacity to the Amazon Redshift cluster by using a classic resize operation when the cluster's CPU metrics in Amazon CloudWatch reach 80%. C. Deploy an AWS Lambda function to add capacity to the Amazon Redshift cluster by using an elastic resize operation when the cluster's CPU metrics in Amazon CloudWatch reach 80%. D. Turn on the concurrency scaling feature for the Amazon Redshift cluster. An adventure company has launched a new feature on its mobile app. Users can use the feature to upload their hiking and rafting photos and videos anytime. The photos and videos are stored in Amazon S3 standard storage in an S3 bucket and are served through Amazon CloudFront. the company needs to optimize the cost of the storage. A solutions architect discovers that most of the uploaded photos and videos are accessed infrequently after 30 days. However, some of the uploaded photos and videos are accessed frequently after 30 days. The solutions architect needs to implement a solution that maintains millisecond retrieval availability of the photos and videos at the lowest possible cost. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Configure S3 intelligent tiering on the S3 bucket. B. Configure an S3 lifecycle policy to transition image objects and video objects from S3 Standard to S3 Glacier Deep Archive after 30 days. C. Replace Amazon S3 with an Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS, file system that is mounted on Amazon EC2 instances. D. Add a cache control, max age header to the S3 image objects and S3 video objects. Set the header to 30 days. A company is migrating a document processing workload to AWS. The company has updated many applications to natively use the Amazon S3 API to store, retrieve, and modify documents that a processing server generates at a rate of approximately 5 documents every second. After the document processing is finished, customers can download the documents directly from Amazon S3. During the migration, the company discovered that it could not immediately update the processing server that generates many documents to support the S3 API. The server runs on Linux and requires fast local access to the files that the server generates and modifies. When the server finishes processing, the files must be available to the public for download within 30 minutes. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least amount of effort? A. Migrate the application to an AWS Lambda function. Use the AWS SDK for Java to generate, modify, and access the files that the company stores directly in Amazon S3. B. Set up an Amazon S3 file gateway and configure a file share that is linked to the document store. Mount the file share on an Amazon EC2 instance by using NFS. When changes occur in Amazon S3, initiate a refresh cache API call to update the S3 file gateway. C. Configure Amazon FSx for Lustre with an import and export policy. Link the new file system to an S3 bucket. Install the Lustre client and mount the document store to an Amazon EC2 instance by using NFS. D. Configure AWS DataSync to connect to an Amazon EC2 instance. Configure a task to synchronize the generated files to and from Amazon S3. A company has Linux-based Amazon EC2 instances. Users must access the instances by using SSH with EC2 SSH key pairs. Each machine requires a unique EC2 key pair. The company wants to implement a key rotation policy that will, upon request, automatically rotate all the EC2 key pairs and keep the keys in a securely encrypted place. The company will accept less than 1 minute of downtime during key rotation. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Store all the keys in AWS Secrets Manager. Define a Secrets Manager rotation schedule to invoke an AWS Lambda function to generate new key pairs. Replace public keys on EC2 instances. Update the private keys in Secrets Manager. B. Store all the keys in Parameter Store, a capability of AWS Systems Manager, as a string. Define a Systems Manager maintenance window to invoke an AWS Lambda function to generate new key pairs. Replace public keys on EC2 instances. Update the private keys in Parameter Store. C. Import the EC2 key pairs into AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS. Configure automatic key rotation for these key pairs. Create an Amazon Event Bridge scheduled rule to invoke an AWS Lambda function to initiate the key rotation in AWS KMS. D. Add all the EC2 instances to Fleet Manager, a capability of AWS Systems Manager. Define a Systems Manager maintenance window to issue a Systems Manager run command document to generate new key pairs and to rotate public keys to all the instances in Fleet Manager. A company is subject to regulatory audits of its financial information. External auditors who use a single AWS account need access to the company's AWS account. A solutions architect must provide the auditors with secure, read-only access to the company's AWS account. The solution must comply with AWS security best practices. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. In the company's AWS account, create resource policies for all resources in the account to grant access to the auditor's AWS account. Assign a unique external ID to the resource policy. B. In the company's AWS account, create an IAM role that trusts the auditor's AWS account. Create an IAM policy that has the required permissions. Attach the policy to the role. Assign a unique external ID to the role's trust policy. C. In the company's AWS account, create an IAM user. Attach the required IAM policies to the IAM user. Create API access keys for the IAM user. Share the access keys with the auditors. D. In the company's AWS account, create an IAM group that has the required permissions. Create an IAM user in the company's account for each auditor. Add the IAM users to the IAM group. An online gaming company needs to optimize the cost of its workloads on AWS. The company uses a dedicated account to host the production environment for its online gaming application and an analytics application. Amazon EC2 instances host the gaming application and must always be available. The EC2 instances run all year. The analytics application uses data that is stored in Amazon S3. The analytics application can be interrupted and resumed without issue. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? A. Purchase an EC2 instance savings plan for the online gaming application instances. Use on-demand instances for the analytics application. B. Purchase an EC2 instance savings plan for the online gaming application instances. Use spot instances for the analytics application. C. Use spot instances for the online gaming application and the analytics application. Set up a catalog in AWS Service Catalog to provision services at a discount. D. Use on-demand instances for the online gaming application. Use spot instances for the analytics application. Set up a catalog in AWS Service Catalog to provision services at a discount. A company is running multiple workloads in the AWS cloud. The company has separate units for software development. The company uses AWS organizations and federation with SAM-L to give permissions to developers to manage resources in their AWS accounts. The development units each deploy their production workloads into a common production account. Recently, an incident occurred in the production account in which members of a development unit terminated an EC2 instance that belonged to a different development unit. A solutions architect must create a solution that prevents a similar incident from happening in the future. The solution also must allow developers the possibility to manage the instances used for their workloads. Which strategy will meet these requirements? A. Create separate OUs in AWS organizations for each development unit. Assign the created OUs to the company AWS accounts. Create separate SCP with a deny action and a string not equals condition for the development unit resource tag that matches the development unit name. Assign the SCP to the corresponding OU. B. Pass an attribute for development unit as an AWS security token service, AWS STS session tag during SAML federation. Update the IAM policy for the developer's assumed IAM role with a deny action and a string not equals condition for the development unit resource tag and AWS. Principal tag, development unit. C. Pass an attribute for development unit as an AWS security token service, AWS STS session tag during SAML federation. Create an SCP with an allow action and a string equals condition for the development unit resource tag and AWS. Principal tag, development unit. Assign the SCP to the root OU. D. Create separate IAM policies for each development unit. For every IAM policy, add an allow action and a string equals condition for the development unit resource tag and the development unit name. During SAML federation, use AWS Security Token Service, AWS STS, to assign the IAM policy and match the development unit name to the assumed IAM role. A company is planning to migrate an application to AWS. The application runs as a Docker container and uses an NFS version 4 file share. A solutions architect must design a secure and scalable containerized solution that does not require provisioning or management of the underlying infrastructure. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Deploy the application containers by using Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, with the Fargate launch type. Use Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS, for shared storage. Reference the EFS file system ID, container mount point, and EFS authorization IAM role in the ECS task definition. B. Deploy the application containers by using Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, with the Fargate launch type. Use Amazon FSx for Lustre for shared storage. Reference the FSx for Lustre file system ID, container mount point, and FSx for Lustre authorization IAM role in the ECS task definition. C. Deploy the application containers by using Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, with the Amazon EC2 launch type and autoscaling turned on. Use Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS, for shared storage. Mount the EFS file system on the ECS container instances. Add the EFS authorization IAM role to the EC2 instance profile. D. Deploy the application containers by using Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, with the Amazon EC2 launch type and autoscaling turned on. Use Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, volumes with multi-attach enabled for shared storage. Attach the EBS volumes to ECS container instances. Add the EBS authorization IAM role to an EC2 instance profile. A company is using AWS CloudFormation to deploy its infrastructure. The company is concerned that, if a production CloudFormation stack is deleted, important data stored in Amazon RDS databases or Amazon EBS volumes might also be deleted. How can the company prevent users from accidentally deleting data in this way? A. Modify the CloudFormation templates to add a deletion policy attribute to RDS and EBS resources. B. Configure a stack policy that disallows the deletion of RDS and EBS resources. C. Modify IAM policies deny deleting RDS and EBS resources that are tagged with an AWS CloudFormation stack name tag. D. Use AWS config rules to prevent deleting RDS and EBS resources. A company recently completed the migration from an on-premises data center to the AWS cloud by using a replatforming strategy. One of the migrated servers is running a legacy Simple Mail Transfer Protocol (SMTP) service that a critical application relies upon. The application sends outbound email messages to the company's customers. The legacy SMTP server does not support TLS encryption and uses TCP port 25. The application can use SMTP only. The company decides to use Amazon Simple Email Service, Amazon SES, and to decommission the legacy SMTP server. The company has created and validated the SES domain. The company has lifted the SES limits. What should the company do to modify the application to send email messages from Amazon SES? A. Configure the application to connect to Amazon SES by using TLS wrapper. Create an IAM role that has says send email and says send raw email permissions. Attach the IAM role to an Amazon EC2 instance. B. Configure the application to connect to Amazon SES by using STAR TTLS. Obtain Amazon SES SMTP credentials. Use the credentials to authenticate with Amazon SES. C. Configure the application to use the SES API to send email messages. Create an IAM role that has says send email and says send raw email permissions. Use the IAM role as a service role for Amazon SES. B. Configure the application to use AWS SDKs to send email messages. Create an IAM user for Amazon SES. Generate API access keys. Use the access keys to authenticate with Amazon SES. A telecommunications company is running an application on AWS. The company has set up an AWS Direct Connect connection between the company's on-premises data center and AWS. The company deployed the application on Amazon EC2 instances in multiple availability zones behind an internal application load balancer, ALB. The company's clients connect from the on-premises network by using HTTPS. The TLS terminates in the ALB. The company has multiple target groups and uses path-based routing to forward requests based on the URL path. The company is planning to deploy an on-premises firewall appliance with an allow list that is based on IP address. A solutions architect must develop a solution to allow traffic flow to AWS from the on-premises network so that the clients can continue to access the application. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Configure the existing ALB to use static IP addresses. Assign IP addresses in multiple availability zones to the ALB. Add the ALB IP addresses to the firewall appliance. B. Create a network load balancer, NLB. Associate the NLB with one static IP addresses in multiple availability zones. Create an ALB type target group for the NLB and add the existing add the NLB IP addresses to the firewall appliance. Update the clients to connect to the NLB. C. Create a network load balancer, NLB. Associate the LNB with one static IP addresses in multiple availability zones. Add the existing target groups to the NLB. Update the clients to connect to the NLB. Delete the ALB. Add the NLB IP addresses to the firewall appliance. D. Create a gateway load balancer, GWLB. Assign static IP addresses to the GWLB in multiple availability zones. Create an ALB-type target group for the GWLB and add the existing ALB. Add the GWLB IP addresses to the firewall appliance. Update the clients to connect to the GWLB. A company has a latency-sensitive trading platform that uses Amazon DynamoDB as a storage backend. The company configured the DynamoDB table to use on-demand capacity mode. A solutions architect needs to design a solution to improve the performance of the trading platform. The new solution must ensure high availability for the trading platform. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least latency? A. Create a 2-node DynamoDB accelerator (DAX) cluster. Configure an application to read and write data by using DAX. B. Create a 3-node DynamoDB accelerator (DAX) cluster. Configure an application to read data by using DAX and to write data directly to the DynamoDB table. C. Create a 3-node DynamoDB accelerator (DAX) cluster. Configure an application to read data directly from the DynamoDB table and to write data by using DAX. D. Create a single-node DynamoDB accelerator (DAX) cluster. Configure an application to read data by using DAX and to write data directly to the DynamoDB table. A solutions architect must analyze a company's Amazon EC2 instances and Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, volumes to determine whether the company is using resources efficiently. The company is running several large high-memory EC2 instances to host database clusters that are deployed in active/passive configurations. The utilization of these EC2 instances varies by the applications that use the databases, and the company has not identified a pattern. The solutions architect must analyze the environment and take action based on the findings. Which solution meets these requirements most cost-effectively? A. Create a dashboard by using AWS Systems Manager Ops Center. Configure visualizations for Amazon CloudWatch metrics that are associated with the EC2 instances and their EBS volumes. Review the dashboard periodically and identify usage patterns. Right-size the EC2 instances based on the peaks in the metrics. B. Turn on Amazon CloudWatch, detailed monitoring for the EC2 instances and their EBS volumes. Create and review a dashboard that is based on the metrics. Identify usage patterns. Right-size the EC2 instances based on the peaks in the metrics. C. Install the Amazon CloudWatch agent on each of the EC2 instances. Turn on AWS Compute Optimizer and let it run for at least 12 hours. Review the recommendations from Compute Optimizer and right-size the EC2 instances as directed. D. Sign up for the AWS Enterprise Support Plan. Turn on AWS Trusted Advisor. Wait 12 hours. Review the recommendations from Trusted Advisor and right-size the EC2 instances as directed. A company deploys a new web application. As part of the setup, the company configures AWS WAF to log to Amazon S3 through Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose. The company develops an Amazon Athena query that runs once daily to return AWS WAF log data from the previous 24 hours. The volume of daily logs is constant. However, over time, the same query is taking more time to run. A solutions architect needs to design a solution to prevent the query time from continuing to increase. The solution must minimize operational overhead. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Create an AWS Lambda function that consolidates each day's AWS WAF logs into one log file. B. Reduce the amount of data scanned by configuring AWS WAF to send logs to a different S3 bucket each day. C. Update the Kinesis data firehose configuration to partition the data in Amazon S3 by date and time. Create external tables for Amazon Redshift. Configure Amazon Redshift Spectrum to query the data source. B. Modify the Kinesis data firehose configuration and Athena table definition to partition the data by date and time. Change the Athena query to view the relevant partitions. A live events company is designing a scaling solution for its ticket application on AWS. The application has high peaks of utilization during sale events. Each sale event is a one-time event that is scheduled. The application runs on Amazon EC2 instances that are in an auto-scaling group. The application uses PostgreSQL for the database layer. The company needs a scaling solution to maximize availability during the sale events. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Use a predictive scaling policy for the EC2 instances. Host the database on an Amazon Aurora PostgreSQL Serverless v2 multi-AZDB instance with automatically scaling read replicas. Create an AWS step function state machine to run parallel AWS Lambda functions to pre-warm the database before a sale event. Create an Amazon Event Bridge rule to invoke the state machine. B. Use a scheduled scaling policy for the EC2 instances. Host the database on an Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL multi-AZDB instance with automatically scaling read replicas. Create an Amazon Event Bridge rule that invokes an AWS Lambda function to create a larger read replica before a sale event. Fail over to the larger read replica. Create another Event Bridge rule that invokes another Lambda function to scale down the read replica after the sale event. C. Use a predictive scaling policy for the EC2 instances. Host the database on an Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL multi-AZDB instance with automatically scaling read replicas. Create an AWS step function state machine to run parallel AWS Lambda functions to pre-warm the database before a sale event. Create an Amazon Event Bridge rule to invoke the state machine. D. Use a scheduled scaling policy for the EC2 instances. Host the database on an Amazon Aurora PostgreSQL multi-AZDB cluster. Create an Amazon Event Bridge rule that invokes an AWS Lambda function to create a larger Aurora replica before a sale event. Fail over to the larger Aurora replica. Create another Event Bridge rule that invokes another Lambda function to scale down the Aurora replica after the sale event. A company runs its application in the EU West 1 region and has one account for each of its environments: development, testing, and production. All the environments are running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, by using stateful Amazon EC2 instances and Amazon RDS for MySQL databases. The databases are between 500 gigabytes and 800 gigabytes in size. The development team and testing team work on business days during business hours, but the production environment operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The company wants to reduce costs. All resources are tagged with an environment tag with either development, testing, or production as the key. What should a solutions architect do to reduce costs with the least operational effort? A. Create an Amazon Event Bridge rule that runs once every day. Configure the rule to invoke one AWS Lambda function that starts or stops instances based on me tag, day, and time. B. Create an Amazon Event Bridge rule that runs every business day in the evening. Configure the rule to invoke an AWS Lambda function that stops instances based on the tag. Create a second event bridge rule that runs every business day in the morning. Configure the second rule low, invoke another Lambda function that starts instances based on the tag. C. Create an Amazon event bridge rule that runs every business day in the evening. Configure the rule to invoke an AWS Lambda function that terminates instances based on the lag. Create a second event bridge rule that runs every business day in the morning. Configure the second rule low, invoke another Lambda function that restores the instances from their last backup based on the tag. D. Create an Amazon event bridge rule that runs every hour. Configure the rule to invoke one AWS Lambda function that terminates or restores instances from their last backup based on the tag, day and time. A company has an organization in AWS organizations. The company is using AWS Control Tower to deploy a landing zone for the organization. The company wants to implement governance and policy enforcement. The company must implement a policy that will detect Amazon RDS-DB instances that are not encrypted at rest in the company's production OU. Which solution will meet this requirement? A. Turn on mandatory guardrails in AWS Control Tower. Apply the mandatory guardrails to the production OU. B. Enable the appropriate guardrail from the list of strongly recommended guardrails in AWS Control Tower. Apply the guardrail to the production OU. C. Use AWS config to create a new mandatory guardrail. Apply the rule to all accounts in the production OU. D. Create a custom SCP in AWS Control Tower. Apply the SCP to the production OU. A company has 5 development teams that have each created 5 AWS accounts to develop and host applications. To track spending, the development teams log into each account every month, record the current cost from the AWS Billing and Cost Management Console, and provide the information to the company's finance team. The company has strict compliance requirements and needs to ensure that resources are created only in AWS regions in the United States. However, some resources have been created in other regions. A solutions architect needs to implement a solution that gives the finance team the ability to track and consolidate expenditures for all the accounts. The solution also must ensure that the company can create resources only in regions in the United States. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements in the most operationally efficient way? Choose 3. A. Create a new account to serve as a management account. Create an Amazon S3 bucket for the finance team. Use AWS cost and usage reports to create monthly reports and to store the data in the finance team's S3 bucket. B. Create a new account to serve as a management account. Deploy an organization in AWS organizations with all features enabled. Invite all the existing accounts to the organization. Ensure that each account accepts the invitation. C. Create an OU that includes all the development teams. Create an SCP that allows the creation of resources only in regions that are in the United States. Apply the SCP to the OU. D. Create an OU that includes all the development teams. Create an SCP that denies the creation of resources in regions that are outside the United States. Apply the SCP to the OU. E. Create an IAM role in the management account. Attach a policy that includes permissions to view the Billing and Cost Management Console. Allow the finance team users to assume the role. Use AWS Cost Explorer and the Billing and Cost Management Console to analyze cost. F. Create an IAM role in each AWS account. Attach a policy that includes permissions to view the billing and cost management console. Allow the finance team users to assume the role. A solutions architect needs to copy data from an Amazon S3 bucket M, an AWS account, to a new S3 bucket in a new AWS account. The solutions architect must implement a solution that uses the AWS CLI. Which combination of steps will successfully copy the data? Choose 3. A. Create a bucket policy to allow the source bucket to list its contents and to put objects and set object ACLs in the destination bucket. Attach the bucket policy to the destination bucket. B. Create a bucket policy to allow a user in the destination account to list the source bucket's contents and read the source bucket's objects. Attach the bucket policy to the source bucket. C. Create an IAM policy in the source account. Configure the policy to allow a user in the source account to list contents and get objects in the source bucket, and to list contents, put objects, and set object ACLs in the destination bucket. Attach the policy to the user. D. Create an IAM policy in the destination account. Configure the policy to allow a user in the destination account to list contents and get objects in the source bucket, and to list contents, put objects, and set object ACLs in the destination bucket. Attach the policy to the user. E. Run the AWS S3 sync command as a user in the source account. Specify the source and destination buckets to copy the data. F. Run the AWS S3 sync command as a user in the destination account. Specify the source and destination buckets to copy the data. A company is hosting an image processing service on AWS in a VPC. The VPC extends across 2 availability zones. Each availability zone contains 1 public subnet and 1 private subnet. The service runs on Amazon EC2 instances in the private subnets. An application load balancer in the public subnets is in front of the service. The service needs to communicate with the Internet and does so through 2 NAT gateways. The service uses Amazon S3 for image storage. The EC2 instances retrieve approximately 1 data from an S3 bucket each day. The company has promoted the service as highly secure. A solutions architect must reduce cloud expenditures as much as possible without compromising the service's security posture or increasing the time spent on ongoing operations. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Replace the NAT gateways with NAT instances. In the VPC route table, create a route from the private subnets to the NAT instances. B. Move the EC2 instances to the public subnets. Remove the NAT gateways. C. Set up an S3 gateway VPC endpoint in the VP. Attach an endpoint policy to the endpoint to allow the required actions on the S3 bucket. A. Attach an Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS volume, to the EC2 instances. Host the images on the EFS volume. A company's interactive web application uses an Amazon CloudFront distribution to serve images from an Amazon S3 bucket. Occasionally, third-party tools ingest corrupted images into the S3 bucket. This image corruption causes a poor user experience in the application later. The company has successfully implemented and tested Python logic to detect corrupt images. A solutions architect must recommend a solution to integrate the detection logic with minimal latency between the ingestion and serving. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Use a lambda at edge function that is invoked by a viewer response event. B. Use a lambda at edge function that is invoked by an origin response event. C. Use an S3 event notification that invokes an AWS Lambda function. D. Use an S3 event notification that invokes an AWS step function's state machine. A company wants to migrate to AWS. The company is running thousands of VMs in a VMware ESXi environment. The company has no configuration management database and has little knowledge about the utilization of the VMware portfolio. A solutions architect must provide the company with an accurate inventory so that the company can plan for a cost-effective migration. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? A. Use AWS Systems Manager, Patch Manager to deploy Migration Evaluator to each VM. Review the collected data in Amazon QuickSight. Identify servers that have high utilization. Remove the servers that have high utilization from the migration list. Import the data to AWS Migration Hub. B. Export the VMware portfolio to a.csv file. Check the disk utilization for each server. Remove servers that have high utilization. Export the data to AWS Application Migration Service. Use AWS Server Migration Service, AWS SMS, to migrate the remaining servers. C. Deploy the Migration Evaluator, agentless collector to the ESXi hypervisor. Review the collected data in Migration Evaluator. Identify inactive servers. Remove the inactive servers from the migration list. Import the data to AWS Migration Hub. D. Deploy the AWS Application Migration Service agent to each VM. When the data is collected, use Amazon Redshift to import and analyze the data. Use Amazon QuickSight for data visualization. A company wants to run a custom network analysis software package to inspect traffic as traffic leaves and enters a VPC. The company has deployed the solution by using AWS CloudFormation on 3 Amazon EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group. All network routing has been established to direct traffic to the EC2 instances. Whenever the analysis software stops working, the auto-scaling group replaces an instance. The network routes are not updated when the instance replacement occurs. Which combination of steps will resolve this issue? Choose 3. A. Create alarms based on EC2 status check metrics that will cause the auto-scaling group to replace the failed instance. B. Update the CloudFormation template to install the Amazon CloudWatch agent on the EC2 instances. Configure the CloudWatch agent to send process metrics for the application. C. Update the CloudFormation template to install AWS Systems Manager agent on the EC2 instances. Configure Systems Manager agent to send process metrics for the application. D. Create an alarm for the custom metric in Amazon CloudWatch for the failure scenarios. Configure the alarm to publish a message to an Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS topic. E. Create an AWS Lambda function that responds to the Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS message to take the instance out of service. Update the network routes to point to the replacement instance. F. In the CloudFormation template, write a condition that updates the network routes when a replacement instance is launched. A company has an application in the AWS cloud. The application runs on a fleet of 20 Amazon EC2 instances. The EC2 instances are persistent and store data on multiple attached Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS volumes. The company must maintain backups in a separate AWS region. The company must be able to recover the EC2 instances and their configuration within 1 business day, with loss of no more than 1 day's worth of data. The company has limited staff and needs a backup solution that optimizes operational efficiency and cost. The company already has created an AWS CloudFormation template that can deploy the required network configuration in a secondary region. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Create a second CloudFormation template that can recreate the EC2 instances in the secondary region. Run daily multi-volume snapshots by using AWS Systems Manager Automation Runbooks. Copy the snapshots to the secondary region. In the event of a failure, launch the CloudFormation templates, restore the EBS volumes from snapshots, and transfer usage to the secondary region. B. Use Amazon Data Lifecycle Manager, Amazon DLM, to create daily multi-volume snapshots of the EBS. In the event of a failure, launch the CloudFormation template and use Amazon DLM to restore the EBS volumes and transfer usage to the secondary region. C. Use AWS Backup to create a scheduled daily backup plan for the EC2 instances. Configure the backup task to copy the backups to a vault in the secondary region. In the event of a failure, launch the CloudFormation template, restore the instance volumes and configurations from the backup vault, and transfer usage to the secondary region. D. Deploy EC2 instances of the same size and configuration to the secondary region. Configure AWS DataSync daily to copy data from the primary region to the secondary region. In the event of a failure, launch the CloudFormation template and transfer usage to the secondary region. A company has a web application that securely uploads pictures and videos to an Amazon S3 bucket. The company requires that only authenticated users are allowed to post content. The application generates a presigned URL that is used to upload objects through a browser interface. Most users are reporting slow upload times for objects larger than 100 megabytes. What can a solutions architect do to improve the performance of these uploads while ensuring only authenticated users are allowed to post content? A. Set up an Amazon API gateway with an edge-optimized API endpoint that has a resource as an S3 service proxy. Configure the PUT method for this resource to expose the S3 put object operation. Secure the API gateway using a cognito_user_pools authorizer. Have the browser interface use API gateway instead of the presigned URL to upload objects. B. Set up an Amazon API gateway with a regional API endpoint that has a resource as an S3 service proxy. Configure the PUT method for this resource to expose the S3 put object operation. Secure the API gateway using an AWS Lambda authorizer. Have the browser interface use API gateway instead of the presigned URL to upload objects. C. Enable an S3 transfer acceleration endpoint on the S3 bucket. Use the endpoint when generating the presigned URL. Have the browser interface upload the objects to this URL using the S3 multi-part upload API. D. Configure an Amazon CloudFront distribution for the destination S3 bucket. Enable PUT and POST methods for the CloudFront cache behavior. Update the CloudFront origin to use an origin access identity, OAI. Give the OAI user 3. Put object permissions in the bucket policy. Have the browser interface upload objects using the CloudFront distribution. A company has multiple AWS accounts. The company recently had a security audit that revealed many unencrypted Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS volumes, attached to Amazon EC2 instances. A solutions architect must encrypt the unencrypted volumes and ensure that unencrypted volumes will be detected automatically in the future. Additionally, The company wants a solution that can centrally manage multiple AWS accounts with a focus on compliance and security. Which combination of steps should the solution's architect take to meet these requirements? Choose 2. A. Create an organization in AWS organizations. Set up AWS Control Tower and turn on the strongly recommended controls, guardrails. Join all accounts to the organization. Categorize the AWS accounts into OUs. B. Use the AWS CLI to list all the unencrypted volumes in all the AWS accounts. Run a script to encrypt all the unencrypted volumes in place. C. Create a snapshot of each unencrypted volume. Create a new encrypted volume from the unencrypted snapshot. Detach the existing volume and replace it with the encrypted volume. D. Create an organization in AWS organizations. Set up AWS Control Tower and turn on the mandatory controls, guardrails. Join all accounts to the organization. Categorize the AWS accounts into OUs. E. Turn on AWS CloudTrail. Configure an Amazon Event Bridge rule to detect and automatically encrypt unencrypted volumes. A company needs to audit the security posture of a newly acquired AWS account. The company's data security team requires a notification only when an Amazon S3 bucket becomes publicly exposed. The company has already established an Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS, topic, that has the data security team's email address subscribed. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Create an S3 event notification on all S3 buckets for the IS-Public event. Select the SNS topic as the target for the event notifications. B. Create an analyzer in AWS Identity and Access Management Access Analyzer. Create an Amazon Event Bridge rule for the event type Access Analyzer finding with a filter for IS-Public True. Select the SNS topic as the Event Bridge rule target. C. Create an Amazon Event Bridge rule for the event type Bucket Level API Call via CloudTrail with a filter for Put Bucket Policy. Select the SNS topic as the Event Bridge rule target. D. Activate AWS Config and add the CloudTrail S3 Data Events Enabled rule. Create an Amazon Event Bridge rule for the event type Config Rules Reevaluation Status with a filter for non-compliant. Select the SNS topic as the Event Bridge rule target. A company has developed APIs that use Amazon API Gateway with regional endpoints. The APIs call AWS Lambda functions that use API Gateway authentication mechanisms. After a design review, a solutions architect identifies a set of APIs that do not require public access. The solutions architect must design a solution to make this set of APIs accessible only from a VPC. All APIs need to be called with an authenticated user. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least amount of effort? A. Create an internal application load balancer. ALB. Create a target group. Select the Lambda function to call. Use the ALB DNS name to call the API from the VPC. B. Remove the DNS entry that is associated with the API in API Gateway. Create a hosted zone in Amazon Route 53. Create a CNAME record in the hosted zone. Update the API in API Gateway with the CNAME record. Use the CNAME record to call the API from the VPC. C. Update the API endpoint from regional to private in API Gateway. Create an interface VPC endpoint in the VP. Create a resource policy and attach it to the API. Use the VPC endpoint to call the API from the VPC. D. Deploy the Lambda functions inside the VPC provision an EC2 instance, and install an Apache server. From the Apache server, call the Lambda functions. Use the internal CNAME record of the EC2 instance to call the API from the VPC. A company is currently in the design phase of an application that will need an RPO of less than 5 minutes and an RTO of less than 10 minutes. The solutions architecture team is forecasting that the database will store approximately 10 terabytes of data. As part of the design, they are looking for a database solution that will provide the company with the ability to fail over to a secondary region. Which solution will meet these business requirements at the lowest cost? A. Deploy an Amazon Aurora DB cluster and take snapshots of the cluster every 5 minutes. Once a snapshot is complete, copy the snapshot to a secondary region to serve as a backup in the event of a failure. B. Deploy an Amazon RDS instance with a cross-region read replica in a secondary region. In the event of a failure, promote the read replica to become the primary. C. Deploy an Amazon Aurora DB cluster in the primary region and another in a secondary region. Use AWS DMS to keep the secondary region in sync. D. Deploy an Amazon RDS instance with a read replica in the same region. In the event of a failure, promote the read replica to become the primary. A financial company needs to create a separate AWS account for a new digital wallet application. The company uses AWS organizations to manage its accounts. A solutions architect uses the IAM user support 1 from the management account to create a new member account with email at example.com as the email address. What should the solutions architect do to create IAM users in the new member account? A. Sign in to the AWS Management Console with AWS account root user credentials by using the 64-character password from the initial AWS organization's email sent to email at example.com. Set up the IAM users as required. B. From the management account, switch roles to assume the organization account access role with the account ID of the new member account. Set up the IAM users as required. C. Go to the AWS Management Console sign-in page. Choose Sign in using root account credentials. Sign in by using the email address finance email at example.com and the management account's root password. Set up the IAM users as required. D. Go to the AWS Management Console sign-in page. Sign in by using the account ID of the new member account and the Support 1 IAM credentials. Set up the IAM users as required. A company is using AWS organizations to manage multiple AWS accounts. For security purposes, the company requires the creation of an Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS topic, that enables integration with a third-party alerting system in all the organization's member accounts. A solutions architect used an AWS CloudFormation template to create the SNS topic and stack sets to automate the deployment of CloudFormation stacks. Trusted access has been enabled in organizations. What should the solutions architect do to deploy the CloudFormation stack sets in all AWS accounts? A. Create a stack set in the organization's member accounts. Use service-managed permissions. Set deployment options to deploy to an organization. Use CloudFormation stack sets drift detection. B. Create stacks in the organization's member accounts. Use self-service permissions. Set deployment options to deploy to an organization. Enable the CloudFormation stack sets automatic deployment. C. Create a stack set in the organization's management account. Use service-managed permissions. Set deployment options to deploy to the organization. Enable CloudFormation stack sets automatic deployment. D. Create stacks in the organization's management account. Use service managed permissions. Set deployment options to deploy to the organization. Enable CloudFormation stack sets drift detection. An environmental company is deploying sensors in major cities throughout a country to measure air quality. The sensors connect to AWS IoT Core to ingest time series data readings. The company stores the data in Amazon DynamoDB. For business continuity, the company must have the ability to ingest and store data in 2 AWS regions. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Create an Amazon Route 53 alias failover routing policy with values for AWS IoT Core data endpoints in both regions. Migrate data to Amazon Aurora Global Tables. B. Create a domain configuration for AWS IoT Core in each region. Create an Amazon Route 53 latency-based routing policy. Use AWS IoT Core data endpoints in both regions as values. Migrate the data to Amazon Memory DB for Redis and configure cross-region replication. C. Create a domain configuration for AWS IoT Core in each region. Create an Amazon Route 53 health check that evaluates domain configuration health. Create a failover routing policy with values for the domain name from the AWS IoT Core domain configurations. Update the DynamoDB table to a global table. D. Create an Amazon Route 53 latency-based routing policy. Use AWS IoT Core data endpoints in both regions as values. Configure DynamoDB streams and cross-region data replication. A company has a complex web application that leverages Amazon CloudFront for global scalability and performance. Over time, users report that the web application is slowing down. The company's operations team reports that the CloudFront cache hit ratio has been dropping steadily. The cache metrics report indicates that query strings on some URLs are inconsistently ordered and are specified sometimes in mixed case letters and sometimes in lowercase letters. Which set of actions should the solutions architect take to increase the cache hit ratio as quickly as possible? A. Deploy a Lambda at Edge function to sort parameters by name and force them to be lowercase. Select the CloudFront Viewer request trigger to invoke the function. B. Update the CloudFront distribution to disable caching based on query string parameters. C. Deploy a reverse proxy after the load balancer to post-process the emitted URLs in the application to force the URL strings to be lowercase. A. Update the CloudFront distribution to specify casing-insensitive query string processing. A company wants to send data from its on-premises systems to Amazon S3 buckets. The company created the S3 buckets in 3 different accounts. The company must send the data privately, without the data traveling across the internet. The company has no existing dedicated connectivity to AWS. Which combination of steps should a solutions architect take to meet these requirements? Choose 2. A. Establish a networking account in the AWS cloud. Create a private VPC in the networking account. Set up an AWS Direct Connect connection with a private VIF between the on-premises environment and the private VPC. B. Establish a networking account in the AWS cloud. Create a private VPC in the networking account. Set up an AWS Direct Connect connection with a public VIF between the on-premises environment and the private VPC. C. Create an Amazon S3 interface endpoint in the networking account. D. Create an Amazon S3 gateway endpoint in the networking account. E. Establish a networking account in the AWS cloud. Create a private VPC in the networking account. Peer VPCs from the accounts that host the S3 buckets with the VPC in the network account. A company is building a call center by using Amazon Connect. The company's operations team is defining a disaster recovery doctor strategy across AWS regions. The contact center has dozens of contact flows, hundreds of users, and dozens of claimed phone numbers. Which solution will provide drive with the lowest RTO? A. Create an AWS Lambda function to check the availability of the Amazon Connect instance and to send a notification to the operations team in case of unavailability. Create an Amazon Event Bridge rule to invoke the Lambda function every 5 minutes. After notification, instruct the operations team to use the AWS Management Console to provision a new Amazon Connect instance in a second region. Deploy the contact flows, users, and claimed phone numbers by using an AWS CloudFormation template. B. Provision a new Amazon Connect instance with all existing users in a second region. Create an AWS Lambda function to check the availability of the Amazon Connect instance. Create an Amazon Event Bridge rule to invoke the Lambda function every 5 minutes. In the event of an issue, configure the Lambda function to deploy an AWS CloudFormation template that provisions contact flows and claimed numbers in the second region. C. Provision a new Amazon Connect instance with all existing contact flows and claimed phone numbers in a second region. Create an Amazon Route 53 health check for the URL of the Amazon Connect instance. Create an Amazon CloudWatch alarm for failed health checks. Create an AWS Lambda function to deploy an AWS CloudFormation template that provisions all users. Configure the alarm to invoke the Lambda function. D. Provision a new Amazon Connect instance with all existing users and contact flows in a second region. Create an Amazon Route 53 health check for the URL of the Amazon Connect instance. Create an Amazon CloudWatch alarm for failed health checks. Create an AWS Lambda function to deploy an AWS CloudFormation template that provisions claimed phone numbers. Configure the alarm to invoke the Lambda function. An entertainment company recently launched a new game. To ensure a good experience for players during the launch period, the company deployed a static quantity of 12 R6G.16 extra-large, memory-optimized, Amazon EC2 instances behind a network load balancer. The company's operations team used the Amazon CloudWatch agent and a custom metric to include memory utilization in its monitoring strategy. Analysis of the CloudWatch metrics from the launch period showed consumption at about 1/4 of the CPU and memory that the company expected. Initial demand for the game has subsided and has become more variable. The company decides to use an auto-scaling group that monitors the CPU and memory consumption to dynamically scale the instance fleet. A solutions architect needs to configure the auto-scaling group to meet demand in the most cost-effective way. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Configure the auto-scaling group to deploy C6G.4 extra-large, compute-optimized instances. Configure a minimum capacity of 3, a desired capacity of 3, and a maximum capacity of 12. B. Configure the auto-scaling group to deploy M6G.4 extra-large, general-purpose instances. Configure a minimum capacity of 3, a desired capacity of 3, and a maximum capacity of 12. C. Configure the auto-scaling group to deploy R6G.4 extra-large, memory-optimized instances. Configure a minimum capacity of 3, a desired capacity of 3, and a maximum capacity of 12. A. Configure the auto-scaling group to deploy R6G.8 extra-large, memory-optimized instances. Configure a minimum capacity of 2, a desired capacity of 2, and a maximum capacity of 6. A company uses AWS organizations to manage a multi-account structure. The company has hundreds of AWS accounts and expects the number of accounts to increase. The company is building a new application that uses Docker images. The company will push the Docker images to Amazon Elastic Container Registry, Amazon ECR. Only accounts that are within the company's organization should have access to the images. The company has a CI/CD process that runs frequently. The company wants to retain all the tagged images. However, the company wants to retain only the 5 most recent untagged images. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? A. Create a private repository in Amazon ECR. Create a permissions policy for the repository that allows only required ECR operations. Include a condition to allow the ECR operations if the value of the AWS principal orgel condition key is equal to the ID of the company's organization. Add a lifecycle rule to the ECR repository that deletes all untagged images over the count of 5. B. Create a public repository in Amazon ECR. Create an IAM role in the ECR account. Set permissions so that any account can assume the role if the value of the AWS principal orgel condition key is equal to the ID of the company's organization. Add a lifecycle rule to the ECR repository that deletes all untagged images over the count of 5. C. Create a private repository in Amazon ECR. Create a permissions policy for the repository that includes only required ECR operations. Include a condition to allow the ECR operations for all account IDs in the organization schedule, a daily Amazon event bridge rule, to invoke an AWS Lambda function that deletes all untagged images over the count of 5. D. Create a public repository in Amazon ECR. Configure Amazon ECR to use an interface VPC endpoint with an endpoint policy that includes the required permissions for images that the company needs to pull. Include a condition to allow the ECR operations for all account IDs in the company's organization. Schedule a daily Amazon event bridge rule to invoke an AWS Lambda function that deletes all untagged images over the count of 5. A company is running a web application in a VPC. The web application runs on a group of Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer, ALB. The ALB is using AWS WAF. An external customer needs to connect to the web application. The company must provide IP addresses to all external customers. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? A. Replace the ALB with a network load balancer, NLB. Assign an elastic IP address to the NLB. B. Allocate an elastic IP address. Assign the elastic IP address to the AL. Provide the elastic IP address to the customer. C. Create an AWS Global Accelerator Standard Accelerator. Specify the ALB as the accelerator's endpoint. Provide the accelerator's IP addresses to the customer. D. Configure an Amazon CloudFront distribution. Set the ALB as the origin. Ping the distribution's DNS name to determine the distribution's public IP address. Provide the IP address to the customer. A large mobile gaming company has successfully migrated all of its on-premises infrastructure to the AWS cloud. A solutions architect is reviewing the environment to ensure that it was built according to the design and that it is running in alignment with the well-architected framework. While reviewing previous monthly costs in Cost Explorer, the solutions architect notices that the creation and subsequent termination of several large instance types account for a high proportion of the costs. The solutions architect finds out that the company's developers are launching new Amazon EC2 instances as part of their testing, and that the developers are not using the appropriate instance types. The solutions architect must implement a control mechanism to limit the instance types that only the developers can launch. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Create a desired instance type managed rule in AWS config. Configure the rule with the instance types that are allowed. Attach the rule to an event to run each time a new EC2 instance is launched. B. In the EC2 console, create a launch template that specifies the instance types that are allowed. Assign the launch template to the developer's IAM accounts. C. Create a new IAM policy. Specify the instance types that are allowed. Attach the policy to an IAM group that contains the IAM accounts for the developers. D. Use EC2 Image Builder to create an image pipeline for the developers and assist them in the creation of a golden image. A company provides auction services for artwork and has users across North America and Europe. The company hosts its application in Amazon EC2 instances in the US East 1 region. Artists upload photos of their work as large-size, high-resolution image files from their mobile phones to a centralized Amazon S3 bucket created in the US East 1 region. The users in Europe are reporting slow performance for their image uploads. How can a solutions architect improve the performance of the image upload process? A. Redeploy the application to use S3 multipart uploads. B. Create an Amazon CloudFront distribution and point to the application as a custom origin. C. Configure the buckets to use S3 transfer acceleration. D. Create an auto-scaling group for the EC2 instances and create a scaling policy. A company wants to use AWS to create a business continuity solution. In case the application runs on physical servers that also run other applications. The on-premises application that the company is planning to migrate uses a MySQL database as a data store. All the company's on-premises applications use operating systems that are compatible with Amazon EC2. Which solution will achieve the company's goal with the least operational overhead? A. Install the AWS replication agent on the source servers, including the MySQL servers. Set up replication for all servers. Launch test instances for regular drills. Cut over to the test instances to fail over the workload in the case of a failure event. B. Install the AWS replication agent on the source servers, including the MySQL servers. Initialize AWS Elastic Disaster Recovery in the target AWS region. Define the launch settings. Frequently perform failover and fallback from the most recent point in time. C. Create AWS Database Migration Service, AWS DMS Replication Servers, and a target Amazon Aurora MySQL DB cluster to host the database. Create a DMS replication task to copy the existing data to the target DB cluster. Create a local AWS schema conversion tool, AWS SCT, change data capture, CDC task, to keep the data synchronized. Install the rest of the software on EC2 instances by starting with a compatible base AMI. D. Deploy an AWS Storage Gateway, Volume Gateway on premises. Mount volumes on all on-premises servers. Install the application and the MySQL database on the new volumes. Take regular snapshots. Install all the software on EC2 instances by starting with a compatible base AMI. Launch a volume gateway on an EC2 instance. Restore the volumes from the latest snapshot. Mount the new volumes on the EC2 instances in the case of a failure event. A company is creating a sequel for a popular online game. A large number of users from all over the world will play the game within the first week after launch. Currently, the game consists of the following components deployed in a single AWS region: Amazon S3 bucket that stores game assets, Amazon DynamoDB table that stores player scores. A solutions architect needs to design a multi-region solution that will reduce latency, improve reliability, and require the least effort to implement. What should the solutions architect do to meet these requirements? A. Create an Amazon CloudFront distribution to serve assets from the S3 bucket. Configure S3 cross-region replication. Create a new DynamoDB table in a new region. Use the new table as a replica target for DynamoDB global tables. B. Create an Amazon CloudFront distribution to serve assets from the S3 bucket. Configure S3 same region replication. Create a new DynamoDB table in a new region. Configure asynchronous replication between the DynamoDB tables by using AWS Database Migration Service, AWS DMS, with Change Data Capture, CDC. C. Create another S3 bucket in a new region and configure S3 cross-region replication between the buckets. Create an Amazon CloudFront distribution and configure origin failover, with two origins accessing the S3 buckets in each region. Configure DynamoDB global tables by enabling Amazon DynamoDB streams and add a replica table in a new region. D. Create another S3 bucket in the sign region and configure S3 same region replication between the buckets. Create an Amazon CloudFront distribution and configure origin failover, with two origins accessing the S3 buckets. Create a new DynamoDB table in a new region. Use the new table as a replica target for DynamoDB global tables. A company ingests and processes streaming market data. The data rate is constant. A nightly process that calculates aggregate statistics takes 4 hours to complete. The statistical analysis is not critical to the business, and data points are processed during the next iteration if a particular run fails. The current architecture uses a pool of Amazon EC2 reserved instances with 1-year reservations. These EC2 instances run full-time to ingest and store the streaming data in attached Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS volumes. A scheduled script launches EC2 on-demand instances each night to perform the nightly processing. The instances access the stored data from NFS shares on the ingestion servers. The script terminates the instances when the processing is complete. The reserved instance reservations are expiring. The company needs to determine whether to purchase new reservations or implement a new design. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? A. Update the ingestion process to use Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose to save data to Amazon S3. Use a scheduled script to launch a fleet of EC2 on-demand instances each night to perform the batch processing of the S3 data. Configure the script to terminate the instances when the processing is complete. B. Update the ingestion process to use Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose to save data to Amazon S3. Use AWS Batch with spot instances to perform nightly processing with a maximum spot price that is 50% of the on-demand price. C. Update the ingestion process to use a fleet of EC2 reserved instances with 3-year reservations behind a network load balancer. Use AWS batch with spot instances to perform nightly processing with a maximum spot price that is 50% of the on-demand price. D. Update the ingestion process to use Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose to save data to Amazon Redshift. Use Amazon Event Bridge to schedule an AWS Lambda function to run nightly to query Amazon Redshift to generate the daily statistics. A company hosts a blog post application on AWS using Amazon API Gateway, Amazon DynamoDB, and AWS Lambda. The application currently does not use API keys to authorize requests. The API model is as follows. GET posts post ID. To get post details, GET users. To get user details, GET comments, comments details. The company has noticed users are actively discussing topics in the comments section, and the company wants to increase user engagement by making the comments appear in real time. Which design should be used to reduce comment latency and improve user experience? A. Use Edge-optimized API with Amazon CloudFront to cache API responses. B. Modify the blog application code to request GET comments, comment ID every 10 seconds. C. Use AWS AppSync and leverage WebSockets to deliver comments. D. Change the concurrency limit of the Lambda functions to lower the API response time. A company has an application that generates reports and stores them in an Amazon S3 bucket. When a user accesses their report, the application generates a signed URL to allow the user to download the report. The company's security team has discovered that the files are public and that anyone can download them without authentication. The company has suspended the generation of new reports until the problem is resolved. Which set of actions will immediately remediate the security issue without impacting the application's normal workflow? A. Create an AWS Lambda function that applies a deny all policy for users who are not authenticated. Create a scheduled event to invoke the Lambda function. B. Review the AWS Trusted Advisor bucket permissions, check and implement the recommended actions. C. Run a script that puts a private ACL on all of the objects in the bucket. D. Use the block public access feature in Amazon S3 to set the ignore public ACK is option to true on the bucket. A company has a website that runs on 4 Amazon EC2 instances that are behind an application load balancer, ALB. When the ALB detects that an EC2 instance is no longer available, an Amazon CloudWatch alarm enters the alarm state. A member of the company's operations team then manually adds a new EC2 instance behind the ALB. A solutions architect needs to design a highly available solution that automatically handles the replacement of EC2 instances. The company needs to minimize downtime during the switch to the new solution. Which set of steps should the solutions architect take to meet these requirements? A. Delete the existing ALB. Create an auto-scaling group that is configured to handle the web application traffic. Attach a new launch template to the auto-scaling group. Create a new ALB. Attach the auto-scaling group to the new ALB. Attach the existing EC2 instances to the auto-scaling group. B. Create an auto-scaling group that is configured to handle the web application traffic. Attach a new launch template to the auto-scaling group. Attach the auto-scaling group to the existing AL. Attach the existing EC2 instances to the auto-scaling group. C. Delete the existing ALB and the EC2 instances. Create an auto-scaling group that is configured to handle the web application traffic. Attach a new launch template to the auto-scaling group. Create a new ALB. Attach the autoscaling group to the new ALB. Wait for the autoscaling group to launch the minimum number of EC2 instances. D. Create an autoscaling group that is configured to handle the web application traffic. Attach a new launch template to the autoscaling group. Attach the autoscaling group to the existing ALB. Wait for the existing ALB to register the existing EC2 instances with the autoscaling group. A company is running a workload that consists of thousands of Amazon EC2 instances. The workload is running in a VPC that contains several public subnets and private subnets. The public subnets have a route for 0.0.0.0/0 to an existing Internet gateway. The private subnets have a route for 0.0.0.0.0/0 to an existing NAT gateway. A solutions architect needs to migrate the entire fleet of EC2 instances to use IPv6. The EC2 instances that are in private subnets must not be accessible from the public internet. What should the solutions architect do to meet these requirements? A. Update the existing VPC and associate a custom IPv6 CIDR block with the VPC and all subnets. Update all the VPC route tables and add a route for skeptical smiley face 0 to the Internet gateway. B. Update the existing VPC and associate an Amazon-provided IPv6 CIDR block with the VPC and all subnets. Update the VPC route tables for all private subnets and add a route for skeptical smiley face 0 to the NAT gateway. C. Update the existing VPC and associate an Amazon-provided IPv6 CIDR block with the VPC and all subnets. Create an egress-only Internet gateway. Update the VPC route tables for all private subnets and add a route for skeptical smiley face 0 to the egress-only Internet gateway. D. Update the existing VPC and associate a custom IPv6 CIDR block with the VPC and all subnets. Create a new NAT gateway and enable IPv6 support. Update the VPC route tables for all private subnets and add a route for skeptical smiley face 0 to the IPv6 enabled NAT gateway. A company is creating a REST API to share information with 6 of its partners based in the United States. The company has created an Amazon API Gateway Regional Endpoint. Each of the 6 partners will access the API once per day to post daily sales figures. After initial deployment, the company observes 1,000 requests per second, originating from 500 different IP addresses around the world. The company believes this traffic is originating from a botnet and wants to secure its API while minimizing cost. Which approach should the company take to secure its API? A. Create an Amazon CloudFront distribution with the API as the origin. Create an AWS WAF Web ACL with a rule to block clients that submit more than 5 requests per day. Associate the Web ACL with the CloudFront distribution. Configure CloudFront with an Origin Access Identity (OAI) and associate it with the distribution. Configure API Gateway to ensure only the OAI can run the POST method. B. Create an Amazon CloudFront distribution with the API as the origin. Create an AWS WAF Web ACL with a rule to block clients that submit more than 5 requests per day. Associate the Web ACL with the CloudFront distribution. Add a custom header to the CloudFront distribution populated with an API key. Configure the API to require an API key on the POST method. C. Create an AWS WAF Web ACL with a rule to allow access to the IP addresses used by the 6 partners. Associate the web ACL with the API. Create a resource policy with a request limit and associate it with the API. Configure the API to require an API key on the post method. A. Create an AWS WAF web ACL with a rule to allow access to the IP addresses used by the 6 partners. Associate the web ACL with the API. Create a usage plan with a request limit and associate it with the API. Create an API key and add it to the usage plan. A delivery company needs to migrate its third-party route planning application to AWS. The third party supplies a supported Docker image from a public registry. The image can run in as many containers as required to generate the route map. The company has divided the delivery area into sections with supply hubs so that delivery drivers travel the shortest distance possible from the hubs to the customers. To reduce the time necessary to generate route maps, each section uses its own set of Docker containers with a custom configuration that processes orders only in the section's area. The company needs the ability to allocate resources cost-effectively based on the number of running containers. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? A. Create an Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service Amazon EKS cluster on Amazon EC2. Use the Amazon EKS CLI to launch the planning application in pods by using the Tags option to assign a custom tag to the pod. B. Create an Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service Amazon EKS cluster on AWS Fargate. Use the Amazon EKS CLI to launch the planning application. Use the AWS CLI Tag Resource API call to assign a custom tag to the pod. C. Create an Amazon Elastic Container Service Amazon ECS cluster on Amazon EC2. Use the AWS CLI with run tasks set to true to launch the planning application by using the Tags option to assign a custom tag to the task. D. Create an Amazon Elastic Container Service Amazon ECS cluster on AWS Fargate. Use the AWS CLI run task command and set enable ECS managed tags to true to launch the planning application. Use the tags option to assign a custom tag to the task. A company migrated an application to the AWS cloud. The application runs on 2 Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer, ALB. Application data is stored in a MySQL database that runs on an additional EC2 instance. The application's use of the database is read-heavy. The application loads static content from Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS volumes that are attached to each EC2 instance. The static content is updated frequently and must be copied to each EBS volume. The load on the application changes throughout the day. During peak hours, the application cannot handle all the incoming requests. Trace data shows that the database cannot handle the read load during peak hours. Which solution will improve the reliability of the application? A company developed a pilot application by using AWS Elastic Beanstalk and Java. To save costs during development, the company's development team deployed the application into a single instance environment. Recent tests indicate that the application consumes more CPU than expected. CPU utilization is regularly greater than 85%, which causes some performance bottlenecks. A solutions architect must mitigate the performance issues before the company launches the application to production. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? A. Create a new Elastic Beanstalk application. Select a load-balanced environment type. Select all availability zones. Add a scale-out rule that will run if the maximum CPU utilization is over 85% for 5 minutes. B. Create a second Elastic Beanstalk environment. Apply the traffic splitting deployment policy. Specify a percentage of incoming traffic to direct to the new environment and the average CPU utilization is over 85% for 5 minutes. C. Modify the existing environment's capacity configuration to use a load-balanced environment type. Select all availability zones. Add a scale-out rule that will run if the average CPU utilization is over 85% for 5 minutes. D. Select the rebuild environment action with the load balancing option. Select an availability zones. Add a scale-out rule that will run if the sum CPU utilization is over 85% for 5 minutes. A solutions architect needs to implement a client-side encryption mechanism for objects that will be stored in a new Amazon S3 bucket. The solutions architect created a CMK that is stored in AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS, for this purpose. The solutions architect created the following IAM policy and attached it to an IAM role. During tests, the solutions architect was able to successfully get existing test objects in the S3 bucket. However, attempts to upload a new object resulted in an error message. The error message stated that the action was forbidden. Which action must the solutions architect add to the IAM policy to meet all the requirements? A. KMS. Generate data key. B. KMS. Get key policy. C. KMS. Get public key. D. KMS. Sign. A video processing company wants to build a machine learning (ML) model by using 600 terabytes of compressed data that is stored as thousands of files in the company's on-premises network attached storage system. The company does not have the necessary compute resources on premises for ML experiments and wants to use AWS. The company needs to complete the data transfer to AWS within 3 weeks. The data transfer will be a one-time transfer. The data must be encrypted in transit. The measured upload speed of the company's internet connection is 100 megabits per second, and multiple departments share the connection. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? A. Order several AWS Snowball Edge storage optimized devices by using the AWS Management Console. Configure the devices with a destination S3 bucket. Copy the data to the devices. Ship the devices back to AWS. B. Set up a 10 gigabits per second AWS Direct Connect connection between the company location and the nearest AWS region. Transfer the data over a VPN connection into the region to store the data in Amazon S3. C. Create a VPN connection between the on-premises network attached storage and the nearest AWS region. Transfer the data over the VPN connection. D. Deploy an AWS Storage Gateway File Gateway on premises. Configure the file gateway with a destination S3 bucket. Copy the data to the file gateway. A company plans to refactor a monolithic application into a modern application design deployed on AWS. The CI/CD pipeline needs to be upgraded to support the modern design for the application with the following requirements. It should allow changes to be released several times every hour. It should be able to roll back the changes as quickly as possible. Which design will meet these requirements? A. Deploy a CI/CD pipeline that incorporates AMIs to contain the application and their configurations. Deploy the application by replacing Amazon EC2 instances. B. Specify AWS Elastic Beanstalk to stage in a secondary environment as the deployment target for the CI/CD pipeline of the application. To deploy, swap the staging and production environment URLs. C. Use AWS Systems Manager to re-provision the infrastructure for each deployment. Update the Amazon EC2 user data to pull the latest code artifact from Amazon S3, and use Amazon Route 53 weighted routing to point to the new environment. D. Roll out the application updates as part of an auto-scaling event using pre-built AMIs. Use new versions of the AMIs to add instances, and phase out all instances that use the previous AMI version with the configured termination policy during a deployment event. A company has its cloud infrastructure on AWS. A solutions architect needs to define the infrastructure as code. The infrastructure is currently deployed in one AWS region. The company's business expansion plan includes deployments in multiple regions across multiple AWS accounts. What should the solutions architect do to meet these requirements? A. Use AWS CloudFormation templates. Add IAM policies to control the various accounts. Deploy the templates across the multiple regions. B. Use AWS organizations. Deploy AWS CloudFormation templates from the management account. Use AWS Control Tower to manage deployments across accounts. C. Use AWS organizations and AWS CloudFormation stack sets. Deploy a CloudFormation template from an account that has the necessary IAM permissions. D. Use nested stacks with AWS CloudFormation templates. Change the region by using nested stacks. An external audit of a company's serverless application reveals IAM policies that grant too many permissions. These policies are attached to the company's AWS Lambda execution roles. Hundreds of the company's Lambda functions have broad access permissions, such as full access to Amazon S3 buckets and Amazon DynamoDB tables. The company wants each function to have only the minimum permissions that the function needs to complete its task. A solutions architect must determine which permissions each Lambda function needs. What should the solutions architect do to meet this requirement with the least amount of effort? A. Set up Amazon Code Guru to profile the Lambda functions and search for AWS API calls. Create an inventory of the required API calls and resources for each Lambda function. Create new IAM access policies for each Lambda function. Review the new policies to ensure that they meet the company's business requirements. B. Turn on AWS CloudTrail logging for the AWS account. Use AWS Identity and Access Management Access Analyzer to generate IAM access policies based on the activity recorded in the CloudTrail log. Review the generated policies to ensure that they meet the company's business requirements. C. Turn on AWS CloudTrail logging for the AWS account. Create a script to parse the CloudTrail log, search for AWS API calls by Lambda execution role, and create a summary report. Review the report. Create IAM access policies that provide more restrictive permissions for each Lambda function. D. Turn on AWS CloudTrail logging for the AWS account. Export the CloudTrail logs to Amazon S3. Use Amazon EMR to process the CloudTrail logs in Amazon S3 and produce a report of API calls and resources used by each execution role. Create a new IAM access policy for each role. Export the generated roles to an S3 bucket. Review the generated policies to ensure that they meet the company's business requirements. A company is launching a new online game on Amazon EC2 instances. The game must be available globally. The company plans to run the game in 3 AWS regions: US East 1, EU West 1, and AP Southeast 1. The game's leaderboards, player inventory, and event status must be available across regions. A solutions architect must design a solution that will give any region the ability to scale to handle the load of all regions. Additionally, users must automatically connect to the region that provides the least latency. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? A company needs to migrate its customer transactions database from on-premises to AWS. The database resides on an Oracle DB instance that runs on a Linux server. According to a new security requirement, the company must rotate the database password each year. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? A. Convert the database to Amazon DynamoDB by using the AWS Schema Conversion Tool. AWS SAP-C02. Store the password in AWS Systems Manager Parameter Store. Create an Amazon CloudWatch alarm to invoke an AWS Lambda function for yearly password rotation. B. Migrate the database to Amazon RDS for Oracle. Store the password in AWS Secrets Manager. Turn on automatic rotation. Configure a yearly rotation schedule. C. Migrate the database to an Amazon EC2 instance. Use AWS Systems Manager Parameter Store to keep and rotate the connection string by using an AWS Lambda function on a yearly schedule. D. Migrate the database to Amazon Neptune by using the AWS Schema Conversion Tool. AWS SCT. Create an Amazon CloudWatch alarm to invoke an AWS Lambda function for yearly password rotation. An online gaming company needs to re-host its gaming platform on AWS. The company's gaming application requires high-performance computing, HPC, processing, and has a leaderboard that changes frequently. An Ubuntu instance that is optimized for compute generation hosts a Node.js application for game display. Game state is tracked in an on-premises Redis instance. The company needs a migration strategy that optimizes application performance. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Create an auto-scaling group of M5 large Amazon EC2 spot instances behind an application load balancer. Use an Amazon Elastic cache for Redis cluster to maintain the leaderboard. B. Create an auto-scaling group of C5 large Amazon EC2 spot instances behind an application load balancer. Use an Amazon OpenSearch service cluster to maintain the leaderboard. C. Create an auto-scaling group of C5 large Amazon EC2 on-demand instances behind an application load balancer. Use an Amazon Elasticache for Redis cluster to maintain the leaderboard. D. Create an auto-scaling group of M5 large Amazon EC2 on-demand instances behind an application load balancer. Use an Amazon DynamoDB table to maintain the leaderboard. A company recently acquired several other companies. Each company has a separate AWS account with a different billing and reporting method. The acquiring company has consolidated all the accounts into one organization in AWS organizations. However, the acquiring company has found it difficult to generate a cost report that contains meaningful groups for all the teams. The acquiring company's finance team needs a solution to report on costs for all the companies through a self-managed application. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Create an AWS cost and usage report for the organization. Define tags and cost categories in the report. Create a table in Amazon Athena. Create an Amazon QuickSight dataset based on the Athena table. Share the dataset with the finance team. B. Create an AWS cost and usage report for the organization. Define tags and cost categories in the report. Create a specialized template in AWS Cost Explorer that the finance department will use to build reports. C. Create an Amazon QuickSight dataset that receives spending information from the AWS Price List Query API. Share the dataset with the finance team. D. Use the AWS Price List Query API to collect account spending information. Create a specialized template in AWS Cost Explorer that the finance department will use to build reports. A retail company is hosting an e-commerce website on AWS across multiple AWS regions. The company wants the website to be operational at all times for online purchases. The website stores data in an Amazon RDS for MySQL DB instance. Which solution will provide the highest availability for the database? A. Configure automated backups on Amazon RDS. In the case of disruption, promote an automated backup to be a standalone DB instance. Direct database traffic to the promoted DB instance. Create a replacement read replica that has the promoted DB instance as its source. B. Configure global tables and read replicas on Amazon RDS. Activate the cross-region scope. In the case of disruption, use AWS Lambda to copy the read replicas from one region to another region. C. Configure global tables and automated backups on Amazon RDS. In the case of disruption, use AWS Lambda to copy the read replicas from one region to another region. D. Configure read replicas on Amazon RDS. In the case of disruption, promote a cross-region and read replica to be a standalone DB instance. Direct database traffic to the promoted DB instance. Create a replacement read replica that has the promoted DB instance as its source. A video streaming company recently launched a mobile app for video sharing. The app uploads various files to an Amazon S3 bucket in the US East 1 region. The files range in size from 1 GB to 10 GB. Users who access the app from Australia have experienced uploads that take long periods of time. Sometimes the files fail to completely upload for these users. A solutions architect must improve the app's performance for these uploads. Which solutions will meet these requirements? Choose 2. A. Enable S3 transfer acceleration on the S3 bucket. Configure the app to use the transfer acceleration endpoint for uploads. B. Configure an S3 bucket in each region to receive the uploads. Use S3 cross-region replication to copy the files to the distribution S3 bucket. C. Set up Amazon Route 53 with latency-based routing to route the uploads to the nearest S3 bucket region. D. Configure the app to break the video files into chunks. Use a multi-part upload to transfer files to Amazon S3. E. Modify the app to add random prefixes to the files before uploading. A company has more than 10,000 sensors that send data to an on-premises Apache Kafka server by using the Message Queuing Telemetry Transport (MQTT) protocol. The on-premises Kafka server transforms the data and then stores the results as objects in an Amazon S3 bucket. Recently, the Kafka server crashed. The company lost sensor data while the server was being restored. A solutions architect must create a new design on AWS that is highly available and scalable to prevent a similar occurrence. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Launch 2 Amazon EC2 instances to host the Kafka server in an active/standby configuration across 2 availability zones. Create a domain name in Amazon Route 53. Create a Route 53 failover policy. Route the sensors to send the data to the domain name. B. Migrate the on-premises Kafka server to Amazon Managed Streaming for Apache Kafka, Amazon MSK. Create a network load balancer, NLB, that points to the Amazon MSK broker. Enable NLB health checks. Route the sensors to send the data to the NLB. C. Deploy AWS IoT Core and connect it to an Amazon Kinesis data firehose delivery stream. Use an AWS Lambda function to handle data transformation. Route the sensors to send the data to send the AWS IoT Core. D. Deploy AWS IoT Core and launch an Amazon EC2 instance to host the Kafka server. Configure AWS IoT Core to send the data to the EC2 instance. Route the sensors to send the data to send the AWS IoT Core. A solutions architect is determining the DNS strategy for an existing VPC. The VPC is provisioned to use the 10.24.34.0/24 CIDR block. The VPC also uses Amazon Route 53 Resolver for DNS. New requirements mandate that DNS queries must use private hosted zones. Additionally, instances that have public IP addresses must receive corresponding public hostnames. Which solution will meet these requirements to ensure that the domain names are correctly resolved within the VPC? A. Create a private hosted zone. Activate the enabled DNS support attribute and the enabled DNS hostnames attribute for the VPC. Update the VPC DHCP options set to include domain name servers equals 10.2, 4.3, 4.2. B. Create a private hosted zone. Associate the private hosted zone with the VPC. Activate the enabled DNS support attribute and the enabled DNS hostnames attribute for the VPC. Create a new VPC DHCP options set and configure domain name servers equals Amazon provided DNS. Associate the new DHCP options set with the VPC. C. Deactivate the enabled DNS support attribute for the VP. Activate the enabled DNS hostnames attribute for the VP. Create a new VPC DHCP options set and configure domain name servers equals 10.2, 4.3, 4.2. Associate the new DHCP options set with the VPC. D. Create a private hosted zone. Associate the private hosted zone with the VPC. Activate the enabled DNS support attribute for the VPC. Deactivate the enabled DNS hostnames attribute for the VPC. Update the VPC DHCP options set to include domain name servers equals Amazon provided DNS. A company's compliance audit reveals that some Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, volumes that were created in an AWS account were not encrypted. A solutions architect must implement a solution to encrypt all new EBS volumes at rest. Which solution will meet this requirement with the least effort? A. Create an Amazon Event Bridge rule to detect the creation of unencrypted EBS volumes. Invoke an AWS Lambda function to delete non-compliant volumes. B. Use AWS Audit Manager with data encryption. C. Create an AWS config rule to detect the creation of a new EBS volume. Encrypt the volume by using AWS Systems Manager automation. D. Turn on EBS encryption by default in all AWS regions. A company processes environmental data. The company has set up sensors to provide a continuous stream of data from different areas in a city. The data is available in JSON format. The company wants to use an AWS solution to send the data to a database that does not require fixed schemas for storage. The data must be sent in real time. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Use Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose to send the data to Amazon Redshift. B. Use Amazon Kinesis Data Streams to send the data to Amazon DynamoDB. C. Use Amazon Managed Streaming for Apache Kafka, Amazon MSK, to send the data to Amazon Aurora. D. Use Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose to send the data to Amazon Keyspaces for Apache Cassandra. A company is implementing a serverless architecture by using AWS Lambda functions that need to access a Microsoft SQL Server DB instance on Amazon RDS. The company has separate environments for development and production, including a clone of the database system. The company's developers are allowed to access the credentials for the development database. However, the credentials for the production database must be encrypted with a key that only members of the IT security team's IAM user group can access. This key must be rotated on a regular basis. What should a solutions architect do in the production environment to meet these requirements? A. Store the database credentials in AWS Systems Manager Parameter Store by using a secure string parameter that is encrypted by an AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS, Customer Managed Key. Attach a role to each Lambda function to provide access to the secure string parameter. Restrict access to the secure string parameter and the customer managed key so that only the IT security team can access the parameter and the key. B. Encrypt the database credentials by using the AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS, default Lambda key. Store the credentials in the environment variables of each Lambda function. Load the credentials from the environment variables in the Lambda code. Restrict access to the KMS key so that only the IT security team can access the key. C. Store the database credentials in the environment variables of each Lambda function. Encrypt the environment variables by using an AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS, Customer Managed Key. Restrict access to the Customer Managed Key so that only the IT security team can access the key. D. Store the database credentials in AWS Secrets Manager as a secret that is associated with an AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS, Customer Managed Key. Attach a role to each Lambda function to provide access to the secret. Restrict access to the secret and the Customer Managed Key so that only the IT security team can access the secret and the key. A company is building an application on AWS. The application sends logs to an Amazon Open Search Service cluster for analysis. All data must be stored within a VPC. Some of the company's developers work from home. Other developers work from 3 different company office locations. The developers need to access Open Search Service to analyze and visualize logs directly from their local development machines. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Configure and set up an AWS Client VPN endpoint. Associate the Client VPN endpoint with a subnet in the VPC. Configure a Client VPN self-service portal. Instruct the developers to connect by using the client for Client VPN. B. Create a transit gateway and connect it to the VPC. Create an AWS site-to-site VPN. Create an attachment to the transit gateway. Instruct the developers to connect by using an open VPN client. C. Create a transit gateway and connect it to the VP order and AWS Direct Connect connection. Set up a public VIF on the Direct Connect connection. Associate the public VIF with the transit gateway. Instruct the developers to connect to the Direct Connect connection. D. Create and configure a Bastion host in a public subnet of the VPC. Configure the Bastion host security group to allow SSH access from the company's CIDR ranges. Instruct the developers to connect by using SSH. A company hosts a software as a service (SaaS) solution on AWS. The solution has an Amazon API gateway API that serves an HTTPS endpoint. The API uses AWS Lambda functions for compute. The Lambda functions store data in an Amazon Aurora serverless v1 database. The company used the AWS Serverless Application Model, AWS SAM, to deploy the solution. The solution extends across multiple availability zones and has no disaster recovery doctor plan. A solutions architect must design a DR strategy that can recover the solution in another AWS region. The solution has an RTO of 5 minutes and an RPO of 1 minute. What should the solutions architect do to meet these requirements? A. Create a read replica of the Aurora Serverless v1 database in the target region. Use AWS SAM to create a runbook to deploy the solution to the target region. Promote the read replica to primary in case of disaster. B. Change the Aurora Serverless v1 database to a standard Aurora MySQL global database that extends across the source region and the target region. Use AWS SAM to create a runbook to deploy the solution to the target region. C. Create an Aurora Serverless v1 DB cluster that has multiple writer instances in the target region. Launch the solution in the target region. Configure the two regional solutions to work in an active-passive configuration. D. Change the Aurora Serverless v1 database to a standard Aurora MySQL global database that extends across the source region and the target region. Launch the solution in the target region. Configure the two regional solutions to work in an active-passive configuration. A company is migrating an on-premises application and a MySQL database to AWS. The application processes highly sensitive data, and new data is constantly updated in the database. The data must not be transferred over the internet. The company also must encrypt the data in transit and at rest. The database is 5 terabytes in size. The company already has created the database schema in an Amazon RDS for MySQL DB instance. The company has set up a 1 gigabit per second AWS Direct Connect connection to AWS. The company also has set up a public VIF and a private VIF. A solutions architect needs to design a solution that will migrate the data to AWS with the least possible downtime. Which solution will meet these requirements? A company is developing a web application that runs on Amazon EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group behind a public-facing application load balancer, ALB. Only users from a specific country are allowed to access the application. The company needs the ability to log the access requests that have been blocked. The solution should require the least possible maintenance. Which solution meets these requirements? A. Create an IP set containing a list of IP ranges that belong to the specified country. Create an AWS WAF Web ACL. Configure a rule to block any requests that do not originate from an IP range in the IP set. Associate the rule with the Web ACL. Associate the Web ACL with the ALB. B. Create an AWS WAF Web ACL. Configure a rule to block any requests that do not originate from the specified country. Associate the rule with the web ACL. Associate the web ACL with the ALB. C. Configure AWS Shield to block any requests that do not originate from the specified country. Associate AWS Shield with the ALB. D. Create a security group rule that allows ports 80 and 443 from IP ranges that belong to the specified country. Associate the security group with the ALB. A company is migrating to the cloud. It wants to evaluate the configurations of virtual machines in its existing data center environment to ensure that it can size new Amazon EC2 instances accurately. The company wants to collect metrics such as CPU, memory, and disk utilization, and it needs an inventory of what processes are running on each instance. The company would also like to monitor network connections to map communications between servers, which would enable the collection of this data most cost-effectively. A. Use AWS Application Discovery Service and deploy the data collection agent to each virtual machine in the data center. B. Configure the Amazon CloudWatch agent on all servers within the local environment and publish metrics to Amazon CloudWatch logs. C. Use AWS Application Discovery Service and enable agentless discovery in the existing virtualization environment. D. Enable AWS Application Discovery Service in the AWS Management Console and configure the corporate firewall to allow scans over a VPN. A company built an e-commerce website on AWS using a three-tier web architecture. The application is Java-based and composed of an Amazon CloudFront distribution, an Apache web server layer of Amazon EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group, and a back-end Amazon Aurora MySQL database. Last month, during a promotional sales event, users reported errors and timeouts while adding items to their shopping carts. The operations team recovered the logs created by the web servers and reviewed Aurora DB cluster performance metrics. Some of the web servers were terminated before logs could be collected, and the Aurora metrics were not sufficient for query performance analysis. Which combination of steps must the solutions architect take to improve application performance visibility during peak traffic events? Choose 3. A. Configure the Aurora MySQL DB cluster to publish slow query and error logs to Amazon CloudWatch logs. B. Implement the AWS X-Ray SDK to trace incoming HTTP requests on the EC2 instances, and implement tracing of SQL queries with the X-Ray SDK for Java. C. Configure the Aurora MySQL DB cluster to stream slow query and error logs to Amazon Kinesis. D. Install and configure an Amazon CloudWatch logs agent on the EC2 instances to send the Apache logs to CloudWatch logs. E. Enable and configure AWS CloudTrail to collect and analyze application activity from Amazon EC2 and Aurora. F. Enable Aurora MySQL DB cluster performance benchmarking and publish the stream to AWS X-Ray. A company has a solution that analyzes weather data from thousands of weather stations. The weather stations send the data over an Amazon API Gateway REST API that has an AWS Lambda function integration. The Lambda function calls a third-party service for data pre-processing. The third-party service gets overloaded and fails the pre-processing, causing a loss of data. A solutions architect must improve the resiliency of the solution. The solutions architect must ensure that no data is lost and that data can be processed later if failures occur. What should the solutions architect do to meet these requirements? A. Create an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQSQ. Configure the queue as the dead letter queue for the API. B. Create two Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS queues, a primary queue and a secondary queue. Configure the secondary queue as the dead letter queue for the primary queue. Update the API to use a new integration to the primary queue. Configure the Lambda function as the invocation target for the primary queue. C. Create two Amazon Event Bridge event bus and a secondary event bus. Update the API to use a new integration to the primary event bus. Configure an event bridge rule to react to all events on the primary event bus. Specify the Lambda function as the target of the rule. Configure the secondary event bus as the failure destination for the Lambda function. D. Create a custom Amazon Event Bridge event bus. Configure the event bus as the failure destination for the Lambda function. A company has an organization in AWS organizations that includes a separate AWS account for each of the company's departments. Application teams from different departments develop and deploy solutions independently. The company wants to reduce compute costs and manage costs appropriately across departments. The company also wants to improve visibility into billing for individual departments. The company does not want to lose operational flexibility when the company selects compute resources. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Use AWS budgets for each department. Use Tag Editor to apply tags to appropriate resources. Purchase EC2 instance savings plans. B. Configure AWS organizations to use consolidated billing. Implement a tagging strategy that identifies departments. Use SCPs to apply tags to appropriate resources. Purchase EC2 instance savings plans. C. Configure AWS organizations to use consolidated billing. Implement a tagging strategy that identifies departments. Use Tag Editor to apply tags to appropriate resources. Purchase compute savings plans. D. Use AWS budgets for each department. Use SCPs to apply tags to appropriate resources. Purchase compute savings plans. A company has a website that serves many visitors. The company deploys a back-end service for the website in a primary AWS region and a disaster recovery Docker region. A single Amazon CloudFront distribution is deployed for the website. The company creates an Amazon Route 53 record set with health checks and a failover routing policy for the primary region's back-end service. The company configures the Route 53 record set as an origin for the CloudFront distribution. The company configures another record set that points to the back-end service's endpoint in the DR region as a secondary failover record type. The TTL for both record sets is 60 seconds. Currently, failover takes more than 1 minute. A solutions architect must design a solution that will provide the fastest failover time. Which solution will achieve this goal? A. Deploy an additional CloudFront distribution. Create a new Route 53 failover record set with health checks for both CloudFront distributions. B. Set the TTL to 4 seconds for the existing Route 53 record sets that are used for the backend service in each region. C. Create new record sets for the backend services by using a latency routing policy. Use the record sets as an origin in the CloudFront distribution. D. Create a CloudFront origin group that includes 2 origins, one for each backend service region. Configure origin failover as a cache behavior for the CloudFront distribution. A company hosts a VPN in an on-premises data center. Employees currently connect to the VPN to access files in their Windows home directories. Recently, there has been a large growth in the number of employees who work remotely. As a result, bandwidth usage for connections into the data center has begun to reach 100% during business hours. The company must design a solution on AWS that will support the growth of the company's remote workforce, reduce the bandwidth usage for connections into the data center, and reduce operational overhead. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Choose 2. A. Create an AWS Storage Gateway Volume Gateway. Mount a volume from the Volume Gateway to the on-premises file server. B. Migrate the home directories to Amazon FSx for Windows File Server. C. Migrate the home directories to Amazon FSx for Lustre. D. Migrate remote users to AWS Client VPN. E. Create an AWS Direct Connect connection from the on-premises data center to AWS. A company is planning to migrate its on-premises transaction processing application to AWS. The application runs inside Docker containers that are hosted on VMs in the company's data center. The Docker containers have shared storage where the application records transaction data. The transactions are time-sensitive. The volume of transactions inside the application is unpredictable. The company must implement a low-latency storage solution that will automatically scale throughput to meet increased demand. The company cannot develop the application further and cannot continue to administer the Docker hosting environment. How should the company migrate the application to AWS to meet these requirements? A. Migrate the containers that run the application to Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service, Amazon EKS. Use Amazon S3 to store the transaction data that the containers share. B. Migrate the containers that run the application to AWS Fargate for Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS. Create an Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS File System. Create a Fargate task definition. Add a volume to the task definition to point to the EFS file system. C. Migrate the containers that run the application to AWS Fargate for Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS. Create an Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS volume. Create a Fargate task definition. Attach the EBS volume to each running task. D. Launch Amazon EC2 instances. Install Docker on the EC2 instances. Migrate the containers to the EC2 instances. Create an Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS File System. Add a mount point to the EC2 instances for the EFS file system. A company's CISO has asked a solutions architect to re-engineer the company's current CI/CD practices to make sure patch deployments to its application can happen as quickly as possible with minimal downtime if vulnerabilities are discovered. The company must also be able to quickly roll back a change in case of errors. The web application is deployed in a fleet of Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer. The company is currently using GitHub to host the application source code and has configured an AWS code build project to build the application. The company also intends to use AWS code pipeline to trigger builds from GitHub commits using the existing code build project. What CI/CD configuration meets all of the requirements? A. Configure code pipeline with a deploy stage using AWS code deploy configured for in-place deployment. Monitor the newly deployed code, and, if there are any issues, push another code update. B. Configure code pipeline with a deploy stage using AWS code deploy configured for blue-green deployments. Monitor the newly deployed code, and, if there are any issues, trigger a manual rollback using code deploy. C. Configure code pipeline with a deploy stage using AWS CloudFormation to create a pipeline for test and production stacks. Monitor the newly deployed code, and, if there are any issues, push another code update. D. Configure the code pipeline with a deploy stage using AWS OpsWorks and in-place deployments. Monitor the newly deployed code, and, if there are any issues, push another code update. A financial services company has an asset management product that thousands of customers use around the world. The customers provide feedback about the product through surveys. The company is building a new analytical solution that runs on Amazon EMR to analyze the data from these surveys. The following user personas need to access the analytical solution to perform different actions. Administrator provisions the EMR cluster for the analytics team based on the team's requirements. Data engineer runs ETL scripts to process, transform, and enrich the datasets. Data analyst runs SQL and Hive queries on the data A. Solutions architect must ensure that all the user personas have least privilege access to only the resources that they need. The user personas must be able to launch only applications that are approved and authorized. The solution also must ensure tagging for all resources that the user personas create. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Create IAM roles for each user persona. Attach identity-based policies to define which actions the user who assumes the role can perform. Create an AWS config rule to check for non-compliant resources. Configure the rule to notify the administrator to remediate the non-compliant resources. B. Set up Kerberos-based authentication for EMR clusters upon launch. Specify a Kerberos security configuration along with cluster-specific Kerberos options. C. Use AWS Service Catalog to control the Amazon EMR versions available for deployment, the cluster configuration, and the permissions for each user persona. D. Launch the EMR cluster by using AWS CloudFormation. Attach resource-based policies to the EMR cluster during cluster creation. Create an AWS config rule to check for non-compliant clusters and non-compliant Amazon S3 buckets. Configure the rule to notify the administrator to remediate the non-compliant resources. A company is deploying a distributed, in-memory database on a fleet of Amazon EC2 instances. The fleet consists of a primary node and 8 worker nodes. The primary node is responsible for monitoring cluster health, accepting user requests, distributing user requests to worker nodes, and sending an aggregate response back to a client. Worker nodes communicate with each other to replicate data partitions. The company requires the lowest possible networking latency to achieve maximum performance. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Launch memory optimized EC2 instances in a partition placement group. B. Launch compute optimized EC2 instances in a partition placement group. C. Launch memory optimized EC2 instances in a cluster placement group. D. Launch compute optimized EC2 instances in a spread placement group. A solutions architect is reviewing an application's resilience before launch. The application runs on an Amazon EC2 instance that is deployed in a private subnet of a VPC. The EC2 instance is provisioned by an autoscaling group that has a minimum capacity of 1 and a maximum capacity of 1. The application stores data on an Amazon RDS for MySQL DB instance. The VPC has subnets configured in 3 availability zones and is configured with a single NAT gateway. The solutions architect needs to recommend a solution to ensure that the application will operate across multiple availability zones. Which solution will meet this requirement? A. Deploy an additional NAT gateway in the other availability zones. Update the route tables with appropriate routes. Modify the RDS for MySQL DB instance to a multi-AZ configuration. Configure the auto-scaling group to launch the instances across availability zones. Set the minimum capacity and maximum capacity of the auto-scaling group to 3. B. Replace the NAT gateway with a virtual private gateway. Replace the RDS for MySQL DB instance with an Amazon Aurora MySQL DB cluster. Configure the auto-scaling group to launch instances across all subnets in the VPC. Set the minimum capacity and maximum capacity of the auto-scaling group to 3. C. Replace the NA gateway with a NAT instance. Migrate the RDS for MySQL DB instance to an RDS for PostgreSQL DB instance. Launch a new EC2 instance in the other availability zones. D. Deploy an additional NAT gateway in the other availability zones. Update the route tables with appropriate routes. Modify the RDS for MySQL DB instance to turn on automatic backups and retain the backups for 7 days. Configure the auto-scaling group to launch instances across all subnets in the VPC. Keep the minimum capacity and the maximum capacity of the auto-scaling group at 1. A scientific company needs to process text and image data from an Amazon S3 bucket. The data is collected from several radar stations during a live, time-critical phase of a deep space mission. The radar stations upload the data to the source S3 bucket. The data is prefixed by radar station identification number. The company created a destination S3 bucket in its second account. The data must be copied from the source S3 bucket to the destination S3 bucket to meet a compliance objective. This replication occurs through the use of an S3 replication rule to cover all objects in the source S3 bucket. One specific radar station is identified as having the most accurate data. The data replication at this radar station must be monitored for completion within 30 minutes after the radar station uploads the objects to the source S3 bucket. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? A. Set up an AWS DataSync agent to replicate the prefixed data from the source S3 bucket to the destination S3 bucket. Select to use all available bandwidth on the task and monitor the task to ensure that IDIS in the transferring status. Create an Amazon Event Bridge rule to initiate an alert if this status changes. B. In the second account, create another S3 bucket to receive data from the radar station with the most accurate data. Set up a new replication rule for this new S3 bucket to separate the replication from the other radar stations. Monitor the maximum replication time to the destination. Create an Amazon Event Bridge rule to initiate an alert when the time exceeds the desired threshold. C. Enable Amazon S3 transfer acceleration on the source S3 bucket and configure the radar station with the most accurate data to use the new endpoint. Monitor the S3 destination bucket's total request latency metric. Create an Amazon Event Bridge rule to initiate an alert if this status changes. D. Create a new S3 replication rule on the source S3 bucket that filters for the keys that use the prefix of the radar station with the most accurate data. Enable S3 replication time control. S3 RTC. Monitor the maximum replication time to the destination. Create an Amazon Event Bridge rule to initiate an alert when the time exceeds the desired threshold. A company is using AWS code pipeline for the CI/CD of an application to an Amazon EC2 auto-scaling group. All AWS resources are defined in AWS CloudFormation templates. The application artifacts are stored in an Amazon S3 bucket and deployed to the auto-scaling group using instance user data scripts. As the application has become more complex, recent resource changes in the CloudFormation templates have caused unplanned downtime. How should a solutions architect improve the CI/CD pipeline to reduce the likelihood that changes in the templates will cause downtime? A. Adapt the deployment scripts to detect and report CloudFormation error conditions when performing deployments. Write test plans for a testing team to run in a non-production environment before approving the change for production. B. Implement automated testing using AWS code build in a test environment. Use CloudFormation change sets to evaluate changes before deployment. Use AWS code deploy to leverage blue/green deployment patterns to allow evaluations and the ability to revert changes if needed. C. Use plugins for the Integrated Development Environment (IDE) to check the templates for errors, and use the AWS CLI to validate that the templates are correct. Adapt the deployment code to check for error conditions and generate notifications on errors. Deploy to a test environment and run a manual test plan before approving the change for production. A. Use AWS code deploy and a blue-green deployment pattern with CloudFormation to replace the user data deployment scripts. Have the operators log in to running instances and go through a manual test plan to verify the application is running as expected. A company needs to optimize the cost of its application on AWS. The application uses AWS Lambda functions and Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, containers that run on AWS Fargate. The application is write-heavy and stores data in an Amazon Aurora MySQL database. The load on the application is not consistent. The application experiences long periods of no usage, followed by sudden and significant increases and decreases in traffic. The database runs on a memory-optimized DB instance that cannot handle the load. A solutions architect must design a solution that can scale to handle the changes in traffic. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? A. Add additional read replicas to the database. Purchase instance savings plans and RDS reserved instances. B. Migrate the database to an Aurora DB cluster that has multiple writer instances. Purchase instance savings plans. C. Migrate the database to an Aurora global database. Purchase compute savings plans and RDS reserved instances. D. Migrate the database to Aurora serverless v1. Purchase compute savings plans. A company needs to aggregate Amazon CloudWatch logs from its AWS accounts into one central logging account. The collected logs must remain in the AWS region of creation. The central logging account will then process the logs, normalize the logs into standard output format, and stream the output logs to a security tool for more processing. A solutions architect must design a solution that can handle a large volume of logging data that needs to be ingested. Less logging will occur outside normal business hours than during normal business hours. The logging solution must scale with the anticipated load. The solutions architect has decided to use an AWS control tower design to handle the multi-account logging process. Which combination of steps should the solutions architect take to meet the requirements? Choose 3. A. Create a destination Amazon Kinesis data stream in the central logging account. B. Create a destination Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS queue in the central logging account. C. Create an IAM role that grants Amazon CloudWatch logs the permission to add data to the Amazon Kinesis data stream. Create a trust policy. Specify the trust policy in the IAM role. In each member account, create a subscription filter for each log group to send data to the Kinesis data stream. D. Create an IAM role that grants Amazon CloudWatch logs the permission to add data to the Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQSQ. Create a trust policy. Specify the trust policy in the IAM role. In each member account, create a single subscription filter for all log groups to send data to the SQSQ. E. Create an AWS Lambda function. Program the Lambda function to normalize the logs in the central logging account and to write the logs to the security tool. F. Create an AWS Lambda function. Program the Lambda function to normalize the logs in the member accounts and to write the logs to the security tool. A company hosts a community forum site using an application load balancer, ALB, and a Docker application hosted in an Amazon ECS cluster. The site data is stored in Amazon RDS for MySQL, and the container image is stored in ECR. The company needs to provide their customers with a disaster recovery, SLA, with an RTO of no more than 24 hours, and RPO of no more than 8 hours. Which of the following solutions is the most cost-effective way to meet the requirements? A. Use AWS CloudFormation to deploy identical ALB, EC2, ECS, and RDS resources in 2 regions. Schedule RDS snapshots every 8 hours. Use RDS multi-region replication to update the secondary region's copy of the database. In the event of a failure, restore from the latest snapshot and use an Amazon Route 53 DNS failover policy to automatically redirect customers to the ALB in the secondary region. B. Store the Docker image in ECR in 2 regions. Schedule RDS snapshots every 8 hours with snapshots copied to the secondary region. In the event of a failure, use AWS CloudFormation to deploy the ALB, EC2, ECS, and RDS resources in the secondary region, restore from the latest snapshot, and update the DNS record to point to the ALB in the secondary region. C. Use AWS CloudFormation to deploy identical ALB, EC2, ECS, and RDS resources in a secondary region. Schedule hourly RDS MySQL backups to Amazon S3 and use cross-region replication to replicate data to a bucket in the secondary region. In the event of a failure, import the latest Docker image to Amazon ECR in the secondary region, deploy to the EC2 instance, restore the latest MySQL backup, and update the DNS record to point to the ALB in the secondary region. D. Deploy a pilot-light environment in a secondary region with an ALB and a minimal resource EC2 deployment for Docker in an AWS auto-scaling group with a scaling policy to increase instance size and number of nodes. Create a cross-region read replica of the RDS data. In the event of a failure, promote the replica to primary and update the DNS record to point to the ALB in the secondary region. A company has developed a mobile game. The back-end for the game runs on several virtual machines located in an on-premises data center. The business logic is exposed using a REST API with multiple functions. Player session data is stored in central file storage. Back-end services use different API keys for throttling and to distinguish between live and test traffic. The load on the game back-end varies throughout the day. During peak hours, the server capacity is not sufficient. There are also latency issues when fetching player session data. Management has asked a solutions architect to present a cloud architecture that can handle the game's varying load and provide low latency data access. The API model should not be changed. Which solution meets these requirements? A. Implement the REST API using a network load balancer. NLB. Run the business logic on an Amazon EC2 instance behind the NLB. Store player session data in Amazon Aurora Serverless. B. Implement the REST API using an application load balancer, ALB. Run the business logic in AWS Lambda. Store player session data in Amazon DynamoDB with on-demand capacity. C. Implement the REST API using Amazon API Gateway. Run the business logic in AWS Lambda. Store player session data in Amazon DynamoDB with on-demand capacity. D. Implement the REST API using AWS AppSync. Run the business logic in AWS Lambda. Store player session data in Amazon Aurora Serverless. A company is running an application on Amazon EC2 instances in the AWS cloud. The application is using a MongoDB database with a replica set as its data tier. The MongoDB database is installed on systems in the company's on-premises data center and is accessible through an AWS Direct Connect connection to the data center environment. A solutions architect must migrate the on-premises MongoDB database to Amazon Document DB with MongoDB compatibility. Which strategy should the solutions architect choose to perform this migration? A. Create a fleet of EC2 instances. Install MongoDB Community Edition on the EC2 instances and create a database. Configure continuous synchronous replication with the database that is running in the on-premises data center. B. Create an AWS Database Migration Service, AWS DMS replication instance. Create a source endpoint for the on-premises MongoDB database by using Change Data Capture, CDC. Create a target endpoint for the Amazon Document DB database. Create and run a DMS migration task. C. Create a data migration pipeline by using AWS Data Pipeline. Define data nodes for the on-premises MongoDB database and the Amazon Document DB database. Create a scheduled task to run the data pipeline. D. Create a source endpoint for the on-premises MongoDB database by using AWS Glue crawlers. Configure continuous asynchronous replication between the MongoDB database and the Amazon Document DB database. An online retail company hosts its stateful web-based application and MySQL database in an on-premises data center on a single server. The company wants to increase its customer base by conducting more marketing campaigns and promotions. In preparation, the company wants to migrate its application and database to AWS to increase the reliability of its architecture. Which solution should provide the highest level of reliability? A. Migrate the database to an Amazon RDS MySQL multi-AZ DB instance. Deploy the application in an auto-scaling group on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer. Store sessions in Amazon Neptune. B. Migrate the database to Amazon Aurora MySQL. Deploy the application in an auto-scaling group on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer. Store sessions in an Amazon Elasticache for Redis replication group. C. Migrate the database to Amazon Document DB with MongoDB compatibility. Deploy the application in an auto-scaling group on Amazon EC2 instances behind a network load balancer. Store sessions in Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose. D. Migrate the database to an Amazon RDS MariaDB multi-AZ DB instance. Deploy the application in an auto-scaling group on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer. Store sessions in Amazon Elasticache for Memcached. A company has an organization in AWS organizations that has a large number of AWS accounts. One of the AWS accounts is designated as a transit account and has a transit gateway that is shared with all of the other AWS accounts. AWS site-to-site VPN connections are configured between all of the company's global offices and the transit account. The company has AWS config enabled on all of its accounts. The company's networking team needs to centrally manage a list of internal IP address ranges that belong to the global offices. Developers will reference this list to gain access to their applications securely. Which solution meets these requirements with the least amount of operational overhead? A. Create a JSON file that is hosted in Amazon S3, and that lists all of the internal IP address ranges. Configure an Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS topic, in each of the accounts that can be invoked when the JSON file is updated. Subscribe an AWS Lambda function to the SNS topic to update all relevant security group rules with the updated IP address ranges. B. Create a new AWS config manage rule that contains all of the internal IP address ranges. Use the rule to check the security groups in each of the accounts to ensure compliance with the list of IP address ranges. Configure the rule to automatically remediate any non-compliant security group that is detected. C. In the transit account, create a VPC prefix list with all of the internal IP address ranges. Use AWS Resource Access Manager to share the prefix list with all of the other accounts. Use the shared prefix list to configure security group rules in the other accounts. D. In the transit account, create a security group with all of the internal IP address ranges. Configure the security groups in the other accounts to reference the transit account security group by using a nested security group reference of /SG1A2B3C4D. A company wants to migrate an application to Amazon EC2 from VMware infrastructure that runs in an on-premises data center. A solutions architect must preserve the software and configuration settings during the migration. What should the solutions architect do to meet these requirements? A. Configure the AWS DataSync agent to start replicating the data store to Amazon FSx for Windows File Server. Use the SMB share to host the VMware data store. Use VM import/export to move the VMs to Amazon EC2. B. Use the VMware vSphere client to export the application as an image in Open Virtualization Format, OVF format. Create an Amazon S3 bucket to store the image in the destination AWS region. Create and apply an IAM role for VM import. Use the AWS CLI to run the EC2 import command. C. Configure AWS Storage Gateway for File Service to export a common Internet File System, CIFS share. Create a backup copy to the shared folder. Sign in to the AWS Management Console and create an AMI from the backup copy. Launch an EC2 instance that is based on the AMI. D. Create a managed instance activation for a hybrid environment in AWS Systems Manager. Download and install Systems Manager agent on the on-premises VM. Register the VM with Systems Manager to be a managed instance. Use AWS Backup to create a snapshot of the VM and create an AMI. Launch an EC2 instance that is based on the AMI. A company built an application based on AWS Lambda, deployed in an AWS CloudFormation stack. The last production release of the web application introduced an issue that resulted in an outage lasting several minutes. A solutions architect must adjust the deployment process to support a canary release. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Create an alias for every new deployed version of the Lambda function. Use the AWS CLI update alias command with the routing config parameter to distribute the load. B. Deploy the application into a new CloudFormation stack. Use an Amazon Route 53 weighted routing policy to distribute the load. C. Create a version for every new deployed Lambda function. Use the AWS CLI update function configuration command with the routing config parameter to distribute the load. D. Configure AWS code deploy and use code deploy default, one at a time in the deployment configuration to distribute the load. An AWS customer has a web application that runs on premises. The web application fetches data from a third-party API that is behind a firewall. The third party accepts only one public CIDR block in each client's allow list. The customer wants to migrate their web application to the AWS cloud. The application will be hosted on a set of Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer, ALB, in a VPC. The ALB is located in public subnets. The EC2 instances are located in private subnets. NAT gateways provide internet access to the private subnets. How should a solutions architect ensure that the web application can continue to call the third-party API after the migration? A. Associate a block of customer-owned public IP addresses to the VPC. Enable public IP addressing for public subnets in the VPC. B. Register a block of customer-owned public IP addresses in the AWS account. Create elastic IP addresses from the address block and assign them to the NAT gateways in the VPC. C. Create elastic IP addresses from the block of customer-owned IP addresses. Assign the static elastic IP addresses to the ALB. D. Register a block of customer-owned public IP addresses in the AWS account. Set up AWS Global Accelerator to use elastic IP addresses from the address block. Set the ALB as the accelerator endpoint. A company uses an Amazon Aurora PostgreSQL DB cluster for applications in a single AWS region. The company's database team must monitor all data activity on all the databases. Which solution will achieve this goal? A. Set up an AWS Database Migration Service, AWS DMS, Change Data Capture, CDC task. Specify the Aurora DB cluster as the source. Specify Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose as the target. Use Kinesis Data Firehose to upload the data into an Amazon OpenSearch Service cluster for further analysis. B. Start a database activity stream on the Aurora DB cluster to capture the activity stream in Amazon Event Bridge. Define an AWS Lambda function as a target for Event Bridge. Program the Lambda function to decrypt the messages from Event Bridge and to publish all database activity to Amazon S3 for further analysis. C. Start a database activity stream on the Aurora DB cluster to push the activity stream to an Amazon Kinesis data stream. Configure Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose to consume the Kinesis data stream and to deliver the data to Amazon S3 for further analysis. D. Set up an AWS Database Migration Service, AWS DMS, Change Data Capture, CDC task. Specify the Aurora DB cluster as the source. Specify Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose as the target. Use Kinesis Data Firehose to upload the data into an Amazon Redshift cluster. Run queries on the Amazon Redshift data to determine database activities on the Aurora database. A company has developed a hybrid solution between its data center and AWS. The company uses Amazon VPC and Amazon EC2 instances that send application logs to Amazon CloudWatch. The EC2 instances read data from multiple relational databases that are hosted on premises. The company wants to monitor which EC2 instances are connected to the databases in near real time. The company already has a monitoring solution that uses Splunk on premises. A solutions architect needs to determine how to send networking traffic to Splunk. How should the solutions architect meet these requirements? A. Enable VPC flows logs and send them to CloudWatch. Create an AWS Lambda function to periodically export the CloudWatch logs to an Amazon S3 bucket by using the predefined export function. Generate access_key and secret_key AWS credentials. Configure Splunk to pull the logs from the S3 bucket by using those credentials. B. Create an Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose delivery stream with Splunk as the destination. Configure a preprocessing AWS Lambda function with a Kinesis Data Firehose stream processor that extracts individual log events from records sent by CloudWatch Logs subscription filters. Enable VPC flows logs and send them to CloudWatch. Create a CloudWatch Logs subscription that sends log events to the Kinesis Data Firehose delivery stream. C. Ask the company to log every request that is made to the databases along with the EC2 instance IP address. Export the CloudWatch logs to an Amazon S3 bucket. Use Amazon Athena to query the logs grouped by database name. Export Athena results to another S3 bucket. Invoke an AWS Lambda function to automatically send any new file that is put in the S3 bucket to Splunk. D. Send the CloudWatch logs to an Amazon Kinesis data stream with Amazon Kinesis Data Analytics for SQL applications. Configure a 1-minute sliding window to collect the events. Create a SQL query that uses the anomaly detection template to monitor any networking traffic anomalies in near real time. Send the result to an Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose delivery stream with Splunk as the destination. A company wants to use Amazon S3 to back up its on-premises file storage solution. The company's on-premises file storage solution supports NFS, and the company wants its new solution to support NFS. The company wants to archive the backup files after 5 days. If the company needs archived files for disaster recovery, the company is willing to wait a few days for the retrieval of those files. Which solution meets these requirements most cost-effectively? A. Deploy an AWS Storage Gateway file gateway that is associated with an S3 bucket. Move the files from the on-premises file storage solution to the file gateway. Create an S3 lifecycle rule to move the files to S3 Standard and Frequent Access, S3 Standard IA, after 5 days. B. Deploy an AWS Storage Gateway Volume Gateway that is associated with an S3 bucket. Move the files from the on-premises file storage solution to the Volume Gateway. Create an S3 lifecycle rule to move the files to S3 Glacier Deep Archive after 5 days. C. Deploy an AWS Storage Gateway Tape Gateway that is associated with an S3 bucket. Move the files from the on-premises file storage solution to the tape gateway. Create an S3 lifecycle rule to move the files to S3 Standard and Frequent Access, S3 Standard IA, after 5 days. D. Deploy an AWS Storage Gateway file gateway that is associated with an S3 bucket. Move the files from the on-premises file storage solution to the file gateway. Create an S3 lifecycle rule to move the files to S3 Glacier Deep Archive after 5 days. A company wants to migrate its data analytics environment from on-premises to AWS. The environment consists of two simple Node.js applications. One of the applications collects sensor data and loads it into a MySQL database. The other application aggregates the data into reports. When the aggregation jobs run, some of the load jobs fail to run correctly. The company must resolve the data loading issue. The company also needs the migration to occur without interruptions or changes for the company's customers. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? A solutions architect needs to improve an application that is hosted in the AWS cloud. The application uses an Amazon Aurora MySQL DB instance that is experiencing overloaded connections. Most of the application's operations insert records into the database. The application currently stores credentials in a text-based configuration file. The solutions architect needs to implement a solution so that the application can handle the current connection load. The solution must keep the credentials secure and must provide the ability to rotate the credentials automatically on a regular basis. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Deploy an Amazon RDS proxy layer in front of the DB instance. Store the connection credentials as a secret in AWS Secrets Manager. B. Deploy an Amazon RDS proxy layer in front of the DB instance. Store the connection credentials in AWS Systems Manager Parameter Store. C. Create an Aurora replica. Store the connection credentials as a secret in AWS Secrets Manager. D. Create an Aurora replica. Store the connection credentials in AWS Systems Manager Parameter Store. A company has deployed an application on AWS Elastic Beanstalk. The application uses Amazon Aurora for the database layer, and Amazon CloudFront distribution serves web requests and includes the Elastic Beanstalk domain name as the origin server. The distribution is configured with an alternate domain name that visitors use when they access the application. Each week, the company takes the application out of service for routine maintenance. During the time that the application is unavailable, the company wants visitors to receive an informational message instead of a CloudFront error message. A solutions architect creates an Amazon S3 bucket as the first step in the process. Which combination of steps should the solutions architect take next to meet the requirements? Choose 3. A. Upload static informational content to the S3 bucket. B. Create a new CloudFront distribution. Set the S3 bucket as the origin. C. Set the S3 bucket as a second origin in the original CloudFront distribution. Configure the distribution and the S3 bucket to use an Origin Access Identity (OAI). D. During the weekly maintenance, edit the default cache behavior to use the S3 origin. Revert the change when the maintenance is complete. A. During the weekly maintenance, create a cache behavior for the S3 origin on the new distribution. Set the path pattern to. Set the precedence to 0. Delete the cache behavior when the maintenance is complete. F. During the weekly maintenance, configure Elastic Beanstalk to serve traffic from the S3 bucket. A company manages hundreds of AWS accounts centrally in an organization in AWS organizations. The company recently started to allow product teams to create and manage their own S3 access points in their accounts. The S3 access points can be accessed only within VPCs, not on the internet. What is the most operationally efficient way to enforce this requirement? A. Set the S3 access point resource policy to deny the S3. Create access point action unless the S3 access point network origin condition key evaluates to VPC. B. Create an SCP at the root level in the organization to deny the S3. Create access point action unless the S3 access point network origin condition key evaluates to VPC. C. Use AWS CloudFormation stack sets to create a new IAM policy in each AWS account that allows the S3. Create access point action only if the S3 access point network origin condition key evaluates to VPC. D. Set the S3 bucket policy to deny the S3. Create access point action unless the S3 access point network origin condition key evaluates to VPC. During an audit, a security team discovered that a development team was putting IAM user secret access keys in their code and then committing it to an AWS code commit repository. The security team wants to automatically find and remediate instances of this security vulnerability. Which solution will ensure that the credentials are appropriately secured automatically? A. Run a script nightly using AWS Systems Manager run command to search for credentials on the development instances. If found, use AWS Secrets Manager to rotate the credentials. B. Use a scheduled AWS Lambda function to download and scan the application code from code commit. If credentials are found, generate new credentials and store them in AWS KMS. C. Configure Amazon Macie to scan for credentials in code commit repositories. If credentials are found, trigger an AWS Lambda function to disable the credentials and notify the user. D. Configure a code commit trigger to invoke an AWS Lambda function to scan new code submissions for credentials. If credentials are found, disable them in AWS IAM and notify the user. A company has a few AWS accounts for development and wants to move its production application to AWS. The company needs to enforce Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, encryption at rest current production accounts, and future production accounts only. The company needs a solution that includes built-in blueprints and guardrails. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements? Choose 3. A. Use AWS CloudFormation stack sets to deploy AWS config rules on production accounts. B. Create a new AWS Control Tower landing zone in an existing developer account. Create OUs for accounts. Add production and development accounts to production and development OUs respectively. C. Create a new AWS Control Tower landing zone in the company's management account. Add production and development accounts to production and development OUs, respectively. D. Invite existing accounts to join the organization in AWS organizations. Create SCPs to ensure compliance. E. Create a guardrail from the management account to detect EBS encryption. F. Create a guardrail for the production OU to detect EBS encryption. A company is running a compute workload by using Amazon EC2 Spot instances that are in an auto-scaling group. The launch template uses 2 placement groups and a single instance type. Recently, a monitoring system reported auto-scaling instance launch failures that correlated with longer wait times for system users. The company needs to improve the overall reliability of the workload. Which solution will meet this requirement? A. Replace the launch template with a launch configuration to use an auto-scaling group that uses attribute-based instance type selection. B. Create a new launch template version that uses attribute-based instance type selection. Configure the auto-scaling group to use the new launch template version. C. Update the launch template auto-scaling group to increase the number of placement groups. D. Update the launch template to use a larger instance type. A company runs an application on a fleet of Amazon EC2 instances that are in private subnets behind an internet-facing application load balancer, ALB. The ALB is the origin for an Amazon CloudFront distribution. An AWS WAF Web ACL that contains various AWS managed rules is associated with the CloudFront distribution. The company needs a solution that will prevent internet traffic from directly accessing the ALB. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? A. Create a new Web ACL that contains the same rules that the existing Web ACL contains. Associate the new Web ACL with the ALB. B. Associate the existing Web ACL with the ALB. C. Add a security group rule to the ALB to allow traffic from the AWS managed prefix list for CloudFront only. D. Add a security group rule to the ALB to allow only the various CloudFront IP address ranges. A company has a critical application in which the data tier is deployed in a single AWS region. The data tier uses an Amazon DynamoDB table and an Amazon Aurora MySQL DB cluster. The current Aurora MySQL engine version supports a global database. The application tier is already deployed in 2 regions. Company policy states that critical applications must have application tier components and data tier components deployed across 2 regions. The RTO and RPO must be no more than a few minutes each. A solutions architect must recommend a solution to make the data tier compliant with company policy. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements? Choose 2. A. Add another region to the Aurora MySQL DB cluster. B. Add another region to each table in the Aurora MySQL DB cluster. C. Set up scheduled cross-region backups for the DynamoDB table and the Aurora MySQL DB cluster. D. Convert the existing DynamoDB table to a global table by adding another region to its configuration. A. Use Amazon Route 53 Application Recovery Controller to automate database backup and recovery to the secondary region. A company has a website that runs on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer, ALB. The instances are in an auto-scaling group. The ALB is associated with an AWS WAF Web ACL. The website often encounters attacks in the application layer. The attacks produce sudden and significant increases in traffic on the application server. The access logs show that each attack originates from different IP addresses. A solutions architect needs to implement a solution to mitigate these attacks. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? A. Create an Amazon CloudWatch alarm that monitors server access. Set a threshold based on access by IP address. Configure an alarm action that adds the IP address to the Web ACL's deny list. B. Deploy AWS Shield Advanced, in addition to AWS WAF. Add the ALB as a protected resource. C. Create an Amazon CloudWatch alarm that monitors user IP addresses. Set a threshold based on access by IP address. Configure the alarm to invoke an AWS Lambda function to add a deny rule in the application server's subnet route table for any IP addresses that activate the alarm. D. Inspect access logs to find a pattern of IP addresses that launched the attacks. Use an Amazon Route 53 geolocation routing policy to deny traffic from the countries that host those IP addresses. A manufacturing company is building an inspection solution for its factory. The company has IP cameras at the end of each assembly line. The company has used Amazon SageMaker to train a machine learning (ML) model to identify common defects from still images. The company wants to provide local feedback to factory workers when a defect is detected. The company must be able to provide this feedback even if the factory's internet connectivity is down. The company has a local Linux server that hosts an API that provides local feedback to the workers. How should the company deploy the ML model to meet these requirements? A. Set up an Amazon Kinesis video stream from each IP camera to AWS. Use Amazon EC2 instances to take still images of the streams. Upload the images to an Amazon S3 bucket. Deploy a SageMaker endpoint with the ML model. Invoke an AWS Lambda function to call the inference endpoint when new images are uploaded. Configure the Lambda function to call the local API when a defect is detected. B. Deploy AWS IoT Greengrass on the local server. Deploy the ML model to the Greengrass server. Create a Greengrass component to take still images from the cameras and run inference. Configure the component to call the local API when a defect is detected. C. Order an AWS Snowball device. Deploy a SageMaker endpoint, the ML model, and an Amazon EC2 instance on the Snowball device. Take still images from the cameras. Run inference from the EC2 instance. Configure the instance to call the local API when a defect is detected. D. Deploy Amazon Monitron devices on each IP camera. Deploy an Amazon Monitron gateway on premises. Deploy the ML model to the Amazon Monitron devices. Use Amazon Monitron health state alarms to call the local API from an AWS Lambda function when a defect is detected. A global media company is planning a multi-region deployment of an application. Amazon DynamoDB global tables will back the deployment to keep the user experience consistent across the 2 continents where users are concentrated. Each deployment will have a public application load balancer, ALB. The company manages public DNS internally. The company wants to make the application available through an Apex domain. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least effort? A. Migrate public DNS to Amazon Route 53. Create CNAME records for the Apex domain to point to the ALB. Use a geolocation routing policy to route traffic based on user location. B. Place a network load balancer, NLB, in front of the AL migrate public DNS to Amazon Route 53. Create a CNAME record for the Apex domain to point to the NLB's static IP address. Use a geolocation routing policy to route traffic based on user location. C. Create an AWS Global Accelerator with multiple endpoint groups that target endpoints in appropriate AWS regions. Use the accelerator's static IP address to create a record in public DNS for the Apex domain. B. Create an Amazon API Gateway API that is backed by AWS Lambda in one of the AWS regions. Configure a Lambda function to route traffic to application deployments by using the round-robin method. Create CNAME records for the Apex domain to point to the API's URL. A company gives users the ability to upload images from a custom application. The upload process invokes an AWS Lambda function that processes and stores the image in an Amazon S3 bucket. The application invokes the Lambda function by using a specific function version, ARN. The Lambda function accepts image processing parameters by using environment variables. The company often adjusts the environment variables of the Lambda function to achieve optimal image processing output. The company tests different parameters and publishes a new function version with the updated environment variables after validating results. This update process also requires frequent changes to the custom application to invoke the new function version ARN. These changes cause interruptions for users. A solutions architect needs to simplify this process to minimize disruption to users. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? A. Directly modify the environment variables of the published Lambda function version. Use the SLATEST version to test image processing parameters. B. Create an Amazon DynamoDB table to store the image processing parameters. Modify the Lambda function to retrieve the image processing parameters from the DynamoDB table. C. Directly code the image processing parameters within the Lambda function and remove the environment variables. Publish a new function version when the company updates the parameters. D. Create a Lambda function alias. Modify the client application to use the function alias ARN. Reconfigure the Lambda alias to point to new versions of the function when the company finishes testing. A finance company hosts a data lake in Amazon S3. The company receives financial data records over SFTP each night from several third parties. The company runs its own SFTP server on an Amazon EC2 instance in a public subnet of a VPC. After the files are uploaded, they are moved to the data lake by a cron job that runs on the same instance. The SFTP server is reachable on dnssftp.example.com through the use of Amazon Route 53. What should a solutions architect do to improve the reliability and scalability of the SFTP solution? A. Move the EC2 instance into an autoscaling group. Place the EC2 instance behind an application load balancer, ALB. Update the DNS record sftp.example.com in Route 53 to point to the ALB. B. Migrate the SFTP server to AWS Transfer for SFTP. Update the DNS record sftp.example.com in Route 53 to point to the server endpoint hostname. C. Migrate the SFTP server to a file gateway in AWS Storage Gateway. Update the DNS record sftp.example.com in Route 53 to point to the file gateway endpoint. D. Place the EC2 instance behind a network load balancer, NLB. Update the DNS record sftp.example.com in Route 53 to point to the NLB. A financial services company receives a regular data feed from its credit card servicing partner. Approximately 5,000 records are sent every 15 minutes in plaintext, delivered over HTTPS directly into an Amazon S3 bucket with server-side encryption. This feed contains sensitive credit card, primary account number, PAN, data. The company needs to automatically mask the PAN before sending the data to another S3 bucket for additional internal processing. The company also needs to remove and merge specific fields, and then transform the record into JSON format. Additionally, extra feeds are likely to be added in the future, so any design needs to be easily expandable. Which solutions will meet these requirements? A company is running an application in the AWS cloud. The application runs on containers M, an Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS cluster. The ECS tasks use the Fargate launch type. The application's data is relational and is stored in Amazon Aurora MySQL. To meet regulatory requirements, the application must be able to recover to a separate AWS region in the event of an application failure. In case of a failure, no data can be lost. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least amount of operational overhead. A. Provision an Aurora replica in a different region. B. Set up AWS DataSync for continuous replication of the data to a different region. C. Set up AWS Database Migration Service, AWS DMS, to perform a continuous replication of the data to a different region. D. Use Amazon Data Lifecycle Manager, Amazon DLM, to schedule a snapshot every 5 minutes. A digital marketing company has multiple AWS accounts that belong to various teams. The creative team uses an Amazon S3 bucket in its AWS account to securely store images and media files that are used as content for the company's marketing campaigns. The creative team wants to share the S3 bucket with the strategy team so that the strategy team can view the objects. A solutions architect has created an IAM role that is named strategy_reviewer in the strategy account. The solutions architect also has set up a custom AWS key management service, AWS KMS key, in the creative account and has associated the key with the S3 bucket. However, when users from the strategy account assume the IAM role and try to access objects in the S3 bucket, they receive an access denied error. The solutions architect must ensure that users in the strategy account can access the S3 bucket. The solution must provide these users with only the minimum permissions that they need. Which combination of steps should the solutions architect take to meet these requirements? Choose 3. A. Create a bucket policy that includes read permissions for the S3 bucket. Set the principal of the bucket policy to the account ID of the strategy account. B. Update the strategy_reviewer IAM role to grant full permissions for the S3 bucket and to grant decrypt permissions for the custom KMS key. C. Update the custom KMS key policy in the creative account to grant decrypt permissions to the strategy_reviewer IAM role. D. Create a bucket policy that includes read permissions for the S3 bucket. Set the principal of the bucket policy to an anonymous user. E. Update the custom KMS key policy in the creative account to grant encrypt permissions to the strategy_reviewer IAM role. F. Update the strategy_reviewer IAM role to grant read permissions for the S3 bucket and to grant decrypt permissions for the custom KMS key. A company manages multiple AWS accounts by using AWS organizations. Under the root OU, the company has 2 OUs, Research and Data Ops. Because of regulatory requirements, all resources that the company deploys in the organization must reside in the AP Northeast 1 region. Additionally, EC2 instances that the company deploys in the Data Ops OU must use a predefined list of instance types. A solutions architect must implement a solution that applies these restrictions. The solution must maximize operational efficiency and must minimize ongoing maintenance. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements? Choose 2. A. Create an IAM role in one account under the Data Ops OU. Use the EC2 instance type condition key in an inline policy on the role to restrict access to specific instance type. B. Create an IAM user in all accounts under the root OU. Use the AWS requested region condition key in an inline policy on each user to restrict access to all AWS regions except AP Northeast 1. C. Create an SCP. Use the AWS requested region condition key to restrict access to all AWS regions except AP Northeast 1. Apply the SCP to the root OU. D. Create an SCP. Use the EC2 region condition key to restrict access to all AWS regions except AP Northeast 1. Apply the SCP to the root OU, the data ops OU, and the research OU. Create an SCP. Use the EC2 instance type condition key to restrict access to specific instance types. Apply the SCP to the data ops OU. An AWS partner company is building a service in AWS organizations using its organization named Org1. This service requires the partner company to have access to AWS resources in a customer account, which is in a separate organization named Org2. The company must establish least privileged security access using an API or command line tool to the customer account. What is the most secure way to allow Org1 to access resources in Org2? The customer should provide the partner company with their AWS account access keys to log in and perform the required tasks. The customer should create an IAM user and assign the required permissions to the IAM user. The customer should then provide the credentials to the partner company to log in and perform the required tasks. The customer should create an IAM role and assign the required permissions to the IAM role. The partner company should then use the IAM role's Amazon resource name, ARN, when requesting access to perform the required tasks. The customer should create an IAM role and assign the required permissions to the IAM role. The partner company should then use the IAM role's Amazon resource name, ARN, including the external ID in the IAM role's trust policy, when requesting access to perform the required tasks. A company has hundreds of AWS accounts. The company recently implemented a centralized internal process for purchasing new reserved instances and modifying existing reserved instances. This process requires all business units that want to purchase or modify reserved instances to submit requests to a dedicated team for procurement. Previously, business units directly purchased or modified reserved instances in their own respective AWS accounts autonomously. A solutions architect needs to enforce the new process in the most secure way possible. Which combination of steps should the solutions architect take to meet these requirements? Choose 2. Ensure that all AWS accounts are part of an organization in AWS organizations with all features enabled. Use AWS config to report on the attachment of an IAM policy that denies access to the EC2. Purchase reserved instances offering action, and the EC2, modify reserved instances action. In each AWS account, create an IAM policy that denies the EC2, purchase reserved instances offering action, and the EC2, modify reserved instances action. Create an SCP that denies the EC2, purchase reserved instances offering action, and the EC2, modify reserved instances action. Attach the SCP to each OU of the organization. Ensure that all AWS accounts are part of an organization in AWS organizations that uses the consolidated billing feature. A company is migrating some of its applications to AWS. The company wants to migrate and modernize the applications quickly after it finalizes networking and security strategies. The company has set up an AWS Direct Connect connection in a central network account. The company expects to have hundreds of AWS accounts and VPCs in the near future. The corporate network must be able to access the resources on AWS seamlessly, and also must be able to communicate with all the VPCs. The company also wants to route its cloud resources to the internet through its on-premises data center. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements? Choose 3. A. Create a direct connect gateway in the central account. In each of the accounts, create an association proposal by using the direct connect gateway and the account ID for every virtual private gateway. B. Create a direct connect gateway and a transit gateway in the central network account. Attach the transit gateway to the direct connect gateway by using a transit VIF. C. Provision an internet gateway. Attach the internet gateway to subnets. Allow internet traffic through the gateway. D. Share the transit gateway with other accounts. Attach VPCs to the transit gateway. E. Provision VPC peering as necessary. F. Provision only private subnets. Open the necessary route on the transit gateway and customer gateway to allow outbound internet traffic from AWS to flow through NAT services that run in the data center. A company wants to deploy an AWS WAF solution to manage AWS WAF rules across multiple AWS accounts. The accounts are managed under different OUs and AWS organizations. Administrators must be able to add or remove accounts or OUs from managed AWS WAF rule sets as needed. Administrators also must have the ability to automatically update and remediate non-compliant AWS WAF rules in all accounts. Which solution meets these requirements with the least amount of operational overhead? A. Use AWS Firewall Manager to manage AWS WAF rules across accounts in the organization. Use an AWS Systems Manager parameter store parameter to store account numbers and OUs to manage. Update the parameter as needed to add or remove accounts or OUs. Use an Amazon Event Bridge rule to identify any changes to the parameter and to invoke an AWS Lambda function to update the security policy in the Firewall Manager administrative account. B. Deploy an organization-wide AWS config rule that requires all resources in the selected OUs to associate the AWS WAF rules. Deploy automated remediation actions by using AWS Lambda to fix non-compliant resources. Deploy AWS WAF rules by using an AWS CloudFormation stack set to target the same OUs where the AWS config rule is applied. C. Create AWS WAF rules in the management account of the organization. Use AWS Lambda environment variables to store account numbers and OUs to manage. Update environment variables as needed to add or remove accounts or OUs. Create cross-account IAM roles in member accounts. Assume the roles by using AWS Security Token Service (AWS STS) in the Lambda function to create and update AWS WAF rules in the member accounts. D. Use AWS Control Tower to manage AWS WAF rules across accounts in the organization. Use AWS Key Management Service (AWS KMS) to store account numbers and OUs to manage. Update AWS KMS as needed to add or remove accounts or OUs. Create IAM users in member accounts. Allow AWS Control Tower in the management account to use the access key and secret access key to create and update AWS WAF rules in the member accounts. A company has an on-premises Microsoft SQL Server database that writes a nightly 200 GB export to a local drive. The company wants to move the backups to more robust cloud storage on Amazon S3. The company has set up a 10 gigabits per second AWS Direct Connect connection between the on-premises data center and AWS. Which solution meets these requirements most cost-effectively? A. Create a new S3 bucket. Deploy an AWS storage gateway file gateway within the VPC that is connected to the Direct Connect connection. Create a new SMB file share. Write nightly database exports to the new SMB file share. B. Create an Amazon FSx for Windows File Server single AZ file system within the VPC that is connected to the Direct Connect connection. Create a new SMB file share. Write nightly database exports to an SMB file share on the Amazon FSx file system. Enable nightly backups. C. Create an Amazon FSx for Windows File Server multi-AZ file system within the VPC that is connected to the Direct Connect connection. Create a new SMB file share. Write nightly database exports to an SMB file share on the Amazon FSx file system. Enable nightly backups. D. Create a new S3 bucket. Deploy an AWS storage gateway volume gateway within the VPC that is connected to the Direct Connect connection. Create a new SMB file share. Write nightly database exports to the new SMB file share on the volume gateway and automate copies of this data to an S3 bucket. A company has IoT sensors that monitor traffic patterns throughout a large city. The company wants to read and collect data from the sensors and perform aggregations on the data. A solutions architect designs a solution in which the IoT devices are streaming to Amazon Kinesis data streams. Several applications are reading from the stream. However, several consumers are experiencing throttling and are periodically encountering a read provisioned throughput exceeded error. Which actions should the solutions architect take to resolve this issue? Choose 3. A. Reshard the stream to increase the number of shards in the stream. B. Use the Kinesis producer library, KPL. Adjust the polling frequency. C. Use consumers with the enhanced fan-out feature. D. Reshard the stream to reduce the number of shards in the stream. E. Use an error retry and exponential backoff mechanism in the consumer logic. F. Configure the stream to use dynamic partitioning. A company needs to build a disaster recovery Docker solution for its e-commerce website. The web application is hosted on a fleet of T3 large Amazon EC2 instances and uses an Amazon RDS for MySQL DB instance. The EC2 instances are in an auto-scaling group that extends across multiple availability zones. In the event of a disaster, the web application must fail over to the secondary environment with an RPO of 30 seconds and an RTO of 10 minutes. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? A company is serving files to its customers through an SFTP server that is accessible over the Internet. The SFTP server is running on a single Amazon EC2 instance with an elastic IP address attached. Customers connect to the SFTP server through its elastic IP address and use SSH for authentication. The EC2 instance also has an attached security group that allows access from all customer IP addresses. A solutions architect must implement a solution to improve availability, minimize the complexity of infrastructure management, and minimize the disruption to customers who access files. The solution must not change the way customers connect. Which solution will meet these requirements? A company is planning to migrate several applications to AWS. The company does not have a good understanding of its entire application estate. The estate consists of a mixture of physical machines and VMs. One application that the company will migrate has many dependencies that are sensitive to latency. The company is unsure what all the dependencies are. However, the company knows that the low-latency communications use a custom IP-based protocol that runs on port 1000. The company wants to migrate the application and these dependencies together to move all the low-latency interfaces to AWS at the same time. The company has installed the AWS Application Discovery Agent and has been collecting data for several months. What should the company do to identify the dependencies that need to be migrated in the same phase as the application? A company uses an organization and AWS organizations to manage the company's AWS accounts. The company uses AWS CloudFormation to deploy all infrastructure. A finance team wants to build a chargeback model. The finance team asked each business unit to tag resources by using a predefined list of project values. When the finance team used the AWS cost and usage report in AWS Cost Explorer and filtered based on project, the team noticed non-compliant project values. The company wants to enforce the use of project tags for new resources. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least effort? A. Create a tag policy that contains the allowed project tag values in the organization's management account. Create an SCP that denies the CloudFormation. Create stack API operation unless a project tag is added. Attach the SCP to each OU. B. Create a tag policy that contains the allowed project tag values in each OU. Create an SCP that denies the CloudFormation. Create stack API operation unless a project tag is added. Attach the SCP to each OU. C. Create a tag policy that contains the allowed project tag values in the AWS management account. Create an IAM policy that denies the CloudFormation. Create stack API operation unless a project tag is added. Assign the policy to each user. D. Use AWS Service Catalog to manage the CloudFormation stacks as products. Use a tag options library to control project tag values. Share the portfolio with all OUs that are in the organization. A solutions architect must update an application environment within AWS Elastic Beanstalk using a blue-green deployment methodology. The solutions architect creates an environment that is identical to the existing application environment and deploys the application to the new environment. What should be done next to complete the update? A. Redirect to the new environment using Amazon Route 53. B. Select the Swap Environment URLs option. C. Replace the auto-scaling launch configuration. D. Update the DNS records to point to the green environment. A company runs an unauthenticated static website, www.example.com, that includes a registration form for users. The website uses Amazon S3 for hosting and uses Amazon CloudFront as the content delivery network with AWS WAF configured. When the registration form is submitted, the website calls an Amazon API Gateway API endpoint that invokes an AWS Lambda function to process the payload and forward the payload to an external API call. During testing, a solutions architect encounters a cross-origin resource sharing (CORS) error. The solutions architect confirms that the CloudFront distribution origin has the access control allow origin header set to www.example.example.com. What should the solutions architect do to resolve the error? A. Change the CORS configuration on the S3 bucket. Add rules for CORS to the allowed origin element for www.example.com. B. Enable the CARS setting in AWS WAF. Create a web ACL rule in which the access control allow origin header is set to www.example.com. C. Enable the CARS setting on the API Gateway API endpoint. Ensure that the API endpoint is configured to return all responses that have the access control allow origin header set to www.example.com. D. Enable the CARS setting on the Lambda function. Ensure that the return code of the function has the access control allow origin header set to www.example.com. A company needs to create and manage multiple AWS accounts for a number of departments from a central location. The security team requires read-only access to all accounts from its own AWS account. The company is using AWS organizations and created an account for the security team. How should a solutions architect meet these requirements? A. Use the organization account access role IAM role to create a new IAM policy with read-only access in each member account. Establish a trust relationship between the IAM policy in each member account and the security account. Ask the security team to use the IAM policy to gain access. B. Use the organization account access role IAM role to create a new IAM role with read-only access in each member account. Establish a trust relationship between the IAM role in each member account and the security account. Ask the security team to use the IAM role to gain access. C. Ask the security team to use AWS Security Token Service, AWS STS, to call the Assume Role API for the organization account access role IAM role and the management account from the security account. Use the generated temporary credentials to gain access. D. Ask the security team to use AWS Security Token Service, AWS STS, to call the Assume Role API for the organization account access role IAM role and the member account from the security account. Use the generated temporary credentials to gain access. A company uses an AWS code commit repository. The company must store a backup copy of the data that is in the repository in a second AWS region. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Configure AWS Elastic Disaster Recovery to replicate the code commit repository data to the second region. B. Use AWS Backup to back up the code commit repository on an hourly schedule. Create a cross-region copy in the second region. C. Create an Amazon Event Bridge rule to invoke AWS Code Build when the company pushes code to the repository. Use Code Build to clone the repository. Create a .zip file of the content. Copy the file to an S3 bucket in the second region. D. Create an AWS Step Functions workflow on an hourly schedule to take a snapshot of the code commit repository. Configure the workflow to copy the snapshot to an S3 bucket in the second region. A company is migrating its development and production workloads to a new organization in AWS organizations. The company has created a separate member account for development and a separate member account for production. Consolidated billing is linked to the management account. In the management account, a solutions architect needs to create an IAM user that can stop or terminate resources in both member accounts. Which solution will meet this requirement? A. Create an IAM user and a cross-account role in the management account. Configure the cross-account role with least privilege access to the member accounts. B. Create an IAM user in each member account. In the management account, create a cross-account role that has least privilege access. Grant the IAM users access to the cross-account role by using a trust policy. C. Create an IAM user in the management account. In the member accounts, create an IAM group that has least privilege access. Add the IAM user from the management account to each IAM group in the member accounts. D. Create an IAM user in the management account. In the member accounts, create cross-account roles that have least privilege access. Grant the IAM user access to the roles by using a trust policy. A solutions architect has an operational workload deployed on Amazon EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group. The VPC architecture spans two availability zones, AZ, with a subnet in each that the auto-scaling group is targeting. The VPC is connected to an on-premises environment and connectivity cannot be interrupted. The maximum size of the auto-scaling group is 20 instances in service. The VPC IPv4 addressing is as follows: VPC CIDR 10.0.0.0/23, AZ1 subnet CIDR 10.0.0.0/24, AZ2 subnet CIDR 10.0.1.0/24. Since deployment, a third AZ has become available in the region. The solutions architect wants to adopt the new AZ without adding additional IPv4 address space and without service downtime. Which solution will meet these requirements? A media storage application uploads user photos to Amazon S3 for processing by AWS Lambda functions. Application state is stored in Amazon DynamoDB tables. Users are reporting that some uploaded photos are not being processed properly. The application developers trace the logs and find that Lambda is experiencing photo processing issues when thousands of users upload photos simultaneously. The issues are the result of Lambda concurrency limits and the performance of DynamoDB when data is saved. Which combination of actions should a solutions architect take to increase the performance and reliability of the application? Choose 2. A. Evaluate and adjust the RCUs for the DynamoDB tables. B. Evaluate and adjust the WCUs for the DynamoDB tables. C. Add an Amazon Elasticache layer to increase the performance of Lambda functions. A. Add an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS, queue, and reprocessing logic between Amazon S3 and the Lambda functions. E. Use S3 transfer acceleration to provide lower latency to users. A company uses AWS organizations to manage its AWS accounts. The company needs a list of all its Amazon EC2 instances that have underutilized CPU or memory usage. The company also needs recommendations for how to downsize these underutilized instances. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least effort? A. Install a CPU and memory monitoring tool from AWS Marketplace on all the EC2 instances. Store the findings in Amazon S3. Implement a Python script to identify underutilized instances. Reference EC2 instance pricing information for recommendations about downsizing options. B. Install the Amazon CloudWatch agent on all the EC2 instances by using AWS Systems Manager. Retrieve the resource optimization recommendations from AWS Cost Explorer in the organization's management account. Use the recommendations to downsize underutilized instances in all accounts of the organization. C. Install the Amazon CloudWatch agent on all the EC2 instances by using AWS Systems Manager. Retrieve the resource optimization recommendations from AWS Cost Explorer in each account of the organization. Use the recommendations to downsize underutilized instances in all accounts of the organization. A. Install the Amazon CloudWatch agent on all the EC2 instances by using AWS Systems Manager. Create an AWS Lambda function to extract CPU and memory usage from all the EC2 instances. Store the findings as files in Amazon S3. Use Amazon Athena to find underutilized instances. Reference EC2 instance pricing information for recommendations about downsizing options. A company has built a high-performance computing (HPC) cluster in AWS for a tightly coupled workload that generates a large number of shared files stored in Amazon EFS. The cluster was performing well when the number of Amazon EC2 instances in the cluster was 100. However, when the company increased the cluster size to 1.000 EC2 instances, overall performance was well below expectations. Which collection of design choices should a solutions architect make to achieve the maximum performance from the HPC cluster? Choose 3. A. Ensure the HPC cluster is launched within a single availability zone. B. Launch the EC2 instances and attach elastic network interfaces in multiples of 4. C. Select EC2 instance types with an elastic fabric adapter (EFA) enabled. D. Ensure the cluster is launched across multiple availability zones. E. Replace Amazon EFS with multiple Amazon EBS volumes in a RAID array. F. Replace Amazon EFS with Amazon FSx for Lustre. A company needs to migrate an on-premises SFTP site to AWS. The SFTP site currently runs on a Linux VM. Uploaded files are made available to downstream applications through an NFS share. As part of the migration to AWS, a solutions architect must implement high availability. The solution must provide external vendors with a set of static public IP addresses that the vendors can allow. The company has set up an AWS Direct Connect connection between its on-premises data center and its VPC. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? A company is building an application that will run on an AWS Lambda function. Hundreds of customers will use the application. The company wants to give each customer a quota of requests for a specific time period. The quotas must match customer usage patterns. Some customers must receive a higher quota for a shorter time period. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Create an Amazon API Gateway REST API with a proxy integration to invoke the Lambda function. For each customer, configure an API Gateway usage plan that includes an appropriate request quota. Create an API key from the usage plan for each user that the customer needs. B. Create an Amazon API Gateway HTTP API with a proxy integration to invoke the Lambda function. For each customer, configure an API Gateway usage plan that includes an appropriate request quota. Configure root level throttling for each usage plan. Create an API key from the usage plan for each user that the customer needs. C. Create a Lambda function alias for each customer. Include a concurrency limit with an appropriate request quota. Create a Lambda function URL for each function alias. Share the Lambda function URL for each alias with the relevant customer. D. Create an application load balancer (ALB) in a VPC. Configure the Lambda function as a target for the ALB. Configure an AWS WAF Web ACL for the ALB. For each customer, configure a rail-based rule that includes an appropriate request quota. A company uses a Grafana data visualization solution that runs on a single Amazon EC2 instance to monitor the health of the company's AWS workloads. The company has invested time and effort to create dashboards that the company wants to preserve. The dashboards need to be highly available and cannot be down for longer than 10 minutes. The company needs to minimize ongoing maintenance. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? A. Migrate to Amazon CloudWatch dashboards. Recreate the dashboards to match the existing Grafana dashboards. Use automatic dashboards where possible. B. Create an Amazon-managed Grafana workspace. Configure a new Amazon CloudWatch data source. Export dashboards from the existing Grafana instance. Import the dashboards into the new workspace. C. Create an AMI that has Grafana pre-installed. Store the existing dashboards in Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS. Create an auto-scaling group that uses the new AMI. Set the auto-scaling group's minimum, desired, and maximum number of instances to 1. Create an application load balancer that serves at least 2 availability zones. D. Configure AWS Backup to back up the EC2 instance that runs Grafana once each hour. Restore the EC2 instance from the most recent snapshot in an alternate availability zone when required. A company runs its application on Amazon EC2 instances and AWS Lambda functions. The EC2 instances experience a continuous and stable load. The Lambda functions experience a varied and unpredictable load. The application includes a caching layer that uses an Amazon Memory DB for Redis cluster. A solutions architect must recommend a solution to minimize the company's overall monthly costs. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Purchase an EC2 instance savings plan to cover the EC2 instances. Purchase a compute savings plan for Lambda to cover the minimum expected consumption of the Lambda functions. Purchase reserved nodes to cover the Memory DB cache nodes. B. Purchase a compute savings plan to cover the EC2 instances. Purchase Lambda reserved concurrency to cover the expected Lambda usage. Purchase reserved nodes to cover the Memory DB cache nodes. C. Purchase a compute savings plan to cover the entire expected cost of the EC2 instances, Lambda functions, and Memory DB cache nodes. D. Purchase a compute savings plan to cover the EC2 instances and the Memory DB cache nodes. Purchase Lambda reserved concurrency to cover the expected Lambda usage. A company is using AWS organizations to manage multiple accounts. Due to regulatory requirements, the company wants to restrict specific member accounts to certain AWS regions, where they are permitted to deploy resources. The resources in the accounts must be tagged, enforced based on a group standard, and centrally managed with minimal configuration. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? A. Create an AWS config rule in the specific member accounts to limit regions and apply a tag policy. B. From the AWS Billing and Cost Management console, in the management account, disable regions for the specific member accounts and apply a tag policy on the root. C. Associate the specific member accounts with the root. Apply a tag policy and an SCP using conditions to limit regions. D. Associate the specific member accounts with a new OU. Apply a tag policy and an SCP using conditions to limit regions. A company wants to refactor its retail ordering web application that currently has a load-balanced Amazon EC2 instance fleet for web hosting, database API services, and business logic. The company needs to create a decoupled, scalable architecture with a mechanism for retaining failed orders while also minimizing operational costs. Which solution will meet these requirements? A. Use Amazon S3 for web hosting with Amazon API Gateway for database API services. Use Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS, for order queuing. Use Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, for business logic with Amazon SQS long polling for retaining failed orders. B. Use AWS Elastic Beanstalk for web hosting with Amazon API Gateway for database API services. Use Amazon MQ for order queuing. Use AWS Step Functions for business logic with Amazon S3 Glacier Deep Archive for retaining failed orders. C. Use Amazon S3 for web hosting with AWS AppSync for database API services. Use Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS, for order queuing. Use AWS Lambda for business logic with an Amazon SQS deadletter queue for retaining failed orders. D. Use Amazon Lightsail for web hosting with AWS AppSync for database API services. Use Amazon Simple Email Service, Amazon SES, for order queuing. Use Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service, Amazon EKS, for business logic, with Amazon Open Search Service for retaining failed orders. A company uses AWS organizations to manage more than 1,000 AWS accounts. The company has created a new developer organization. There are 540 developer member accounts that must be moved to the new developer organization. All accounts are set up with all the required information so that each account can be operated as a standalone account. Which combination of steps should a solutions architect take to move all of the developer accounts to the new developer organization? Choose 3. A. Call the move account operation in the organization's API from the old organization's management account to migrate the developer accounts to the new developer organization. B. From the management account, remove each developer account from the old organization using the remove account from organization operation in the organization's API. C. From each developer account, remove the account from the old organization using the remove account from organization operation in the organization's API. D. Sign in to the new developer organization's management account and create a placeholder member account that acts as a target for the developer account migration. E. Call the invite account to organization operation in the organization's API from the new developer organization's management account to send invitations to the developer accounts. F. Have each developer sign in to their account and confirm to join the new developer organization. A solutions architect needs to define a reference architecture for a solution for 3-tier applications with web application and NoSQL data layers. The reference architecture must meet the following requirements: high availability within an AWS region, able to fail over in 1 minute to another AWS region for disaster recovery. Provide the most efficient solution while minimizing the impact on the user experience. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements? Choose 3. A. Use an Amazon Route 53 weighted routing policy set to 100/0 across the 2 selected regions. Set time to live, TTL, to 1 hour. B. Use an Amazon Route 53 failover routing policy for failover from the primary region to the disaster recovery region. Set time to live, TTL, to 30 seconds. C. Use a global table within Amazon DynamoDB so data can be accessed in the two selected regions. D. Back up data from an Amazon DynamoDB table in the primary region every 60 minutes, and then write the data to Amazon S3. Use S3 cross-region replication to copy the data from the primary region to the disaster recovery region. Have a script import the data into DynamoDB in a disaster recovery scenario. E. Implement a hot standby model using auto-scaling groups for the web and application layers across multiple availability zones in the regions. Use zonal reserved instances for the minimum number of servers and on-demand instances for any additional resources. F. Use auto-scaling groups for the web and application layers across multiple availability zones in the regions. Use spot instances for the required resources. A company is running an application in the AWS cloud. The application consists of microservices that run on a fleet of Amazon EC2 instances in multiple availability zones behind an application load balancer. The company recently added a new REST API that was implemented in Amazon API Gateway. Some of the older microservices that run on EC2 instances need to call this new API. The company does not want the API to be accessible from the public internet and does not want proprietary data to traverse the public internet. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? A. Create an AWS site-to-site VPN connection between the VPC and the API gateway. Use API Gateway to generate a unique API key for each microservice. Configure the API methods to require the key. B. Create an interface VPC endpoint for API Gateway and set an endpoint policy to only allow access to the specific API. Add a resource policy to API Gateway to only allow access from the VPC endpoint. Change the API Gateway endpoint type to private. C. Modify the API Gateway to use IAM authentication. Update the IAM policy for the IAM role that is assigned to the EC2 instances to allow access to the API Gateway. Move the API Gateway into a new VP deploy, a transit gateway, and connect the VPCs. D. Create an accelerator in AWS Global Accelerator and connect the accelerator to the API Gateway. Update the route table for all VPC subnets with a route to the created Global Accelerator endpoint IP address. Add an API key for each service to use for authentication.